Welcome to the Shaka Sola Power Academy throwing meet held in Wellington and Lower Hutt. Today is the 11th version of this event, and we are now, as you can see, in front of the shot put pit for the Continental Tour. This is part of the World Athletics Tour and one of the main meets, which is now a permit meet. So the key events today are the shot put, and also we've got a few Paralympians and New Zealand Olympians at this venue today. So we're looking for a great day. Hopefully the weather's going to clear a bit for us. A wee bit damp, but we're all good and ready to rock and roll. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right, welcome everybody. We're at the Sola Power Throwing Academy arena in Lower Hutt here in Wellington. It's a bit of an overcast day today, a little bit of rain, but we're hoping that it will lift later on. First event of the day that we've got going on is the women's shot put. We've got around about 18 athletes here today in a newly created pit done by Shaka and all the community down here. And so we're going to just do a couple of warm-up throws there. That was Holly Robinson, Paralympian, javelin gold medalist. She's just had a warm-up throw, and we've got a good bunch of athletes here today for this event. Also behind us we have men's discus warming up, so we've got all the throwing events happening here today. So we've got the music pumping, we've got all the officials here. So as mentioned, this is a World Athletics Continental Tour for 2022. This is the first time that this meeting has got permit status, which is great for the event down here. And this is the 11th year of the Sola Power Academy throws competition. Just panning around behind us here, we have the men warming up for discus. Good numbers here today, around about 22 men in the discus competition. Later on today we'll have Lauren Bruce, our Olympian hammer thrower, having a go. That'll be down at the far end of the field here. A great story, this area here. This used to be an old pony park, and now it's been given to the Sola Power Academy to use what they want with it. So we are quite grateful that the local community and council have gifted this park to throwers to come out and learn the craft. Not too far before we get underway with the women's shot put. Just warming up now is Tarina Keenan. Tarina's a police officer. She's about into her 3rd year of policing now, and she is a former New Zealand discus champion. She has a personal best in the shot put of over 15 metres. We've got some esteemed company out there in the middle. The man with the rake doing the shot pit there. That is former All Black Norm Hewitt. His daughter Lizzie is throwing in the shot put and the hammer and discus today. So it's a real community event here. Everybody chips in. This is Tapanisa Havea warming up. She's from Christchurch. So we've got athletes from all over the country here today. A number of the athletes have stayed on in Wellington after the Capital Classics last night, where they all competed, and they're having another go here today. So looking for some great performances from these guys, even though the weather is not really conducive for throwing today. And that was Caitlin Dorr warming up there as well. She's another Olympian, competed in Tokyo. So a few more minutes and then we'll be underway very shortly. A number of our rising young stars are competing here today. It's Natalia. It's a nice easy warm up there, around about the 15-metre mark. Natalia is part of John Eden's squad, based out of Papakura in Auckland. And they're under the PrEP throw squad. In PrEP, they have the stands for pride, respect, excellence and passion, which is what the squad there that John Eden has got going there.
And you can't see because you haven't got your glasses. You might pay to check. This is a very expensive pair of glasses, and I mean specs glasses. The security guard has picked it up, so check if you haven't got them. You got them? Okay, that's all right. It's a very important lady, so we'll hand them over to you. So hope you're warming up and warming up well because we're about to get started. Tones.
With the circles being wet today, for those that aren't au fait with shot put or the discus throws, the circle is made of concrete and the shot put is 2.135 metres, which in old money is 7'6". The white board at the front is the stop board. The athletes cannot touch the top of the stop board, and they must walk out the back half of the circle once the shot put has landed.
Okay, so we've got,
and you will eventually see the officials measuring on the nearest impact that the hole makes, what the shot put makes at the in the grass or in the sand pit. Same for the discus and for the hammers. Closest mark to the circle is where they measure the implement landing from. Holly Robinson doing one of her last warm-ups there.
some young ones in there that are coming up.
Competed at Tokyo in the javelin, where she won the gold medal.
She's in there. The junior, couple of junior champions in there.
So being a permit meet here as well, we've got a number of New Zealand's top officials to make this meet totally legal.
Here with our under 20s and under 18s, they're all throwing in the same pump. The thing is, they throw their own weight, and there's one thing in this competition is that the feathers will always win, regardless of what age you are and what weight you're throwing. So the young fellas
A number of our athletes here today, they may not specifically be a shot putter or a javelin thrower, but the goal here for this meeting is for people to have a go, and then when we get into the real events, then we'll drop down, cut the fields down from the full field down to the top 3, get an extra 3 throws today.
So keep an eye on some of those young guys out there in the discus. There's going to be some pretty awesome performances.
So there's going to be a lot happening today, so we're going to be keeping you up to play with most of the events as they take place.
Swimming. How far away go?
So all the athletes have got a Sola Power Throwing shirt. You'll see on the back of their shirts today, it's Permit Meet 2022.
Testing.
So each of the athletes will get one of these. And now we're just going to go through with Shaka, who's going to go out to the middle and introduce the athletes in their throwing order. So we're hoping that the rain stays away as much as it can. We've got a little bit of precipitation at the moment, but we should be okay. The athletes have all got towels. They should have some tacky, which will give them a bit of grip onto the shot puts and discuses that are flying around today. The key thing is the officials are smiling, the athletes are smiling. And they're all here to put on a good show for everybody and for one another, and to put all their training into action. So unfortunately, due to the status of COVID and being in the current traffic light systems, there are no spectators allowed in today. It's only confirmed support crew, officials and athletes, which is a real shame for the event. But you have to do what you need to do to ensure that the athletes are safe, the officials are safe, that they can head back home in safety. We have other athletes that are here today that aren't competing but come down to support. We have Jacko Gill from Auckland, our Olympian from 2016 at Rio and also in Tokyo, where he was a finalist in the top 12 at both of those meets. He is here to lend his support and show the athletes and have a talk to them so they can look up to where they need to aspire to or want to aspire to. So we'll try and get Jacko along a little bit later to get some expert commentary from him as well. Yeah, so I've just seen Jacko just walk past. He said he'll come and have a chat with us later on, which will be nice to have.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9.
Right, so the men's discus is about to get underway, as is the women's shot put, both on the same time. So we should be all good, and we'll try and give you updates from both events as we go. Be their throwing order should be in the same one that Shaka announces them.
Don't stand in front of each other. Give yourself space. Remember, you're not friends. You're here to beat each other. You're here to be enemies. You'll make friends afterwards. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before you the ladies shuffle, the women's shuffle. This is our first pivot meet and the first athlete. So introducing to you, probably the senior of all of the throwers here. She's been in every meet, apart from a couple that she's at
Shaka Sola is now introducing to first off the rank there. Here he introduces Tarina Keenan from Auckland. Caitlin Bond is from Christchurch, formerly from Whakatane.
Okay, one of our senior ones here is Miriam Carly Jenkins.
There's Miriam Carly Jenkins.
These are one of the green tights if you want to know. And then we've got our Olympian and gold medalist, Holly Robinson.
Holly Robinson competing in the shot put today. She is our Olympian, Paralympian javelin thrower from 2022, won the gold medal. Caitlin Dorr from Christchurch wearing the white top there. Shannon Murphy from North Harbour Bays competing in the para events today.
I wonder if she's going to pull out the glasses today. And then we've got
Tapanisa Javier.
Elizabeth Hewitt of Sola Power.
Elizabeth Hewitt. Just up the road there at Mana, she competes. Natalia Rankin-Cheetah, Papatoetoe. Suzanne Kiwi from Papatoetoe as well. Michaela Sola, daughter of the meet manager here, Shaka Sola.
I'm waiting out so people know who you are. Be proud. We've got Nora Caffrey. Nora Caffrey from Manurewa.
Nora Caffrey from Manurewa.
Tita Jane Skelton.
Tita Jane Skelton from North Harbour.
She's a bit timid, the youngest of the lot.
And Caitlin Carmel.
Good luck and have fun at the same time. Beat each other, eh? Let's go.
Ready to get underway. You'll see the boxes out there in the shot put pit at 10 metres, 15 and 20. There are arc lines in there as well. So the rules for the shot put must be thrown from the neck. You can do it any way you like as long as you start from a stationary position in the circle. And once the shot put has landed between the white tape lines there, the our sector lines, the athlete must leave the back half of the circle.
So the men's discus is on the way, so we're well late of introducing those guys, but they're on the way.
Right.
So
first throw, Natalia Rankin-Cheetah throwing a 4 kilogram. And it's a valid throw. As mentioned, the shot put will be a little bit slippery today with the rain that we have, and the circle as well.
We're going to have some sausages later on. There's some cake stores, but just enjoy the shot put for the meantime.
So we're very fortunate to have a meet on today in these weather conditions, and all the officials have turned up to make sure the athletes are all legitimate. And that first throw was 12 metres 36 by the looks.
Good on you, buddy.
Right, next away is Cheddar Jane Skelton. And it's another throw over the 10 metre mark there. And we have a throw of 10 metres 34. And so it's not every day that you get an ex-All Black scraping up your shot put marks in the middle of the pit. The man in the Dryzerbone jacket there, that's former All Black Norm Hewitt. His daughter is competing today. Right, next up we have Susanna Kennelly. And that looks like a good start there. So she's thrown a 3 kilogram shot put today, which is her age grade shot put. So this is a mixed competition. So we got seniors, under 18s, under 20s in this competition today. And that was a good start there of 12 metres 68. Right. Next up, Michaela Sola, and she is also thrown a 3 kilogram shot. You'll notice a different technique that these people are doing. We now have a rotational shot put. And it's a great start there for Michaela also. You have various techniques. You can have standing throws, you can have glides, shuffles, and rotational. And that's another 12 metre throw. That's 12 metres 33, so you're getting quite close there with these girls in round one. Right, Miriam Jenkins up next. Throwing a 3 kilogram shot today. And there we go, another valid mark for Miriam. We've got a number of champions here, past and present. We've got Kirsten Hallier helping over there with the scoreboard that we've got. She was a former New Zealand record holder in the javelin and also works for Athletics New Zealand currently. And that was a throw of 6 metres 32 there for Miriam. And right beside Kirsten helping with the scoreboard is Kim Mickle. Good start there for which is the Paralympian categories there for para sport. So both Kirsten and Kim were javelin throwers, Commonwealth medalists and World Championship medalists there for Kim. So Shannon's throw was 7 metres 60. And that was Nora having the go there. That was a 3 kilogram shot put. So these girls are doing very well today with the slippery conditions there. Just wait for that throw measurement on that one. That was like 9 metres 24. Right up now is Holly Robinson. Holly has thrown a 4 kilogram. And a great start there for Holly. As mentioned, Holly won the gold medal at the Paralympics at Tokyo 2022 in the javelin throw. She's here today throwing shot put. That was 10.04 for Holly there. Right, next up is Caitlin Bond. Caitlin's based out of Christchurch. She's doing the shuffle technique there. Slightly different. Good long release on that throw there for Caitlin. Nice long arm at the finish. She does have a personal best over 15 metres. Give you that measurement for Torino very shortly. That's 13 metres 41, so I believe that takes the lead overall for the competition. Now we have Tapanisa Javier throwing a 4 kilogram, and Tapa's throwing the rotational style. And that is a really nice start there for Tap. Give you the distance as soon as it comes up. And that throw there might have taken the lead. Yeah, that definitely takes the lead. That is 14 metres 47. So 14 metres 47 there for Tapanisa Javier. And now we have another Olympian. This is Caitlin Dorr, based out of Christchurch, in the F37 category. And that was the last thrower of round 1. So we will now start on round 2. And that was a throw of 7 metres and 4 centimetres there for Caitlin. Right, we're now to the start of round 2. And back to Natalia Rankin Chita. She is throwing the 4 kilogram shot put. Her coach John Eden is standing just outside our tent, watching intently. Right, the official is just draining all the water out of the circle to try and aid the athletes as much as they can, so it's not as slippery as what it could be. All right, start of round 2. Here we go with Natalia's throw, throwing a 4 kilo and a rotational shot put. And it's a nice release on the shot put there for Natalia. Natalia is one of our up and coming young throwers, very good discus thrower in her own right. There's 11.68 there for Natalia. Next up we have Cheetah Jane Skelton. Oh, great height on the shot put on that throw. That was 10 metres 87 there for Cheetah Jane Skelton. Next up we have Susanna Kennelly next. That was thrown a 3 kilogram shot put there. Just wait for the result there for you for this throw there. That was 12 metres 85. Right, next up we have Michaela Sola. Yep. Another good throw there for Michaela. There was it was 12 metres 82 there for Michaela Sola. Now we have Miriam Jenkins. In the background there, you might notice that it's a wee tad quieter in the background for the time being. The generator, which is keeping the music going, has just ran out of gas, so they're just topping that up for us. Then we should be having some background music once again. Right now we have Shannon Murphy in the F37 class. That was a great long push there by Shannon. As I mentioned, a number of these athletes, they competed last night at the Capital Classic at Newtown Park in town in Wellington. So they're doubling up today. There's a throw of 7 metres 38, which is an improvement for Shannon there. It was Nora having a throw there, throwing the 3 kilogram shot. That looks like that could be an improvement for Nora as well. That's 11 metres 23 there for Nora. Right. Up next, Holly Robinson. As I mentioned, you'll see a number of different techniques today. Holly is going to be doing the glide technique. There we go, nice push there by Holly on the shot put. That was 10 metres 68 there for Holly. Caitlin Bond throwing the 4 kilo shot. Slightly different technique here, doing the shuffle across, and nice long release on that push there. That was 12 metres 58 there. I believe that was an improvement also. There we go, Kalyakamo throwing a 3 kilogram shot put. There we go. Another good throw there by Kalia. That was 8 metres 79, Kalia. Now we have Elizabeth Hewitt. Yep, managed to stay in on that one. Appreciate all the help that the officials come out, giving up their morning to be here. That is 11 metres 11 for Lizzie Hewitt. Awatea Carswell up next, throwing a 3 kilogram shot. Nice push there on the shot put. She was doing the glide technique, very similar to the technique that our New Zealand record holder Dame Valerie Adams uses. Dame Val has been at this competition previously to support Shaka and all the athletes, and unable to make it down to be with us this year. And that was 9 meters 19 for Awatea. Right, Tarina Keenan next away. Another good effort there by Tarina. She must have applied for a weekend off. She is a police officer based out of Auckland. That was 13 meters 21 there. Right now we have Tapanisa Javier from the South Canterbury Club. See what she can get out to on this one. Her previous throw was over 14 meters. And that is looking much better throw. We'll give you the result of that throw very shortly. That's an improvement there. That's 14 meters 61, which is pretty damn good in these conditions today. As you can see out there that there is still rain falling down. And Caitlin Dorr in the F37 class. Thankfully the rain did not hit as what the top of the South Island got, thankfully for us, so it's enough to be a nuisance. But the athletes are actually coping quite well out there today. So Caitlin's last round throw was 8 meters 32. I'm just going to go through and give the circle a quick wipe out before we start round 3. And the men's discus behind us is going around there quite nicely at the moment. We'll give you updates once that competition is finished, just so you can give some results out for that event as well. All right, round 3 getting underway. First cab off the rank is Natalia Rankinchita. That's 3 valid throws there for Natalia, which is a great start. And that is 13 meters 13. 1-3-1-3. Right, Cheetah Jane Skelton. Getting some good height on that shot put there. Very consistent throwing by her today. And we had 10 meters 73. Next up, Susanna Kennelly. That looked like that could be an improvement for her as well. Previous throw was 12 metres 85, so let's see if that one has gone up for her. So after round 3, we're going to go down to the top 6 athletes. After the 3 rounds, we'll get a further 3 throws in the women's shot put. And the para athletes will be getting their full complement of 6 throws. Next up is Michaela Sola. Oh, unable to stay in the circle on that one there. Right, Miriam Jenkins up next for her 3rd round. It looks like that could be an improvement for Miriam there. That was 6 metres 14 there for Miriam. Next up is Shannon Murphy in the F37 class. Previous throw was 7 metres 38. Let's see if she can get up over that. It's going to be pretty close to what she did previously. Nice long extension there with her throwing arm. And that is an improvement, 7 metres 44 for Shannon Murphy. We've got Nora up now. Here she goes. There's Nora's throw in round 3. Halfway through the field now. At the conclusion of this round, the officials will then sort out the top 6 throwers and they'll go on for a further 3 rounds. It was 10 metres 74 there, so not as good as her previous round there for Nora. Next up, Holly Robinson in the F47 category, throwing a 4 kilogram shot. Holly's previous round was 10 metres 68. So difficult conditions for a number of the athletes, learning how to grip the shot put. A lot of them should train through the wet weather. You never know when it's going to rain during our summer. And 10 metres on the dot there for Holly, so no improvement in her 3rd round. She will get another 3 more throws. Next up, Caitlin Bond. Caitlin looking like she was unhappy with that throw there a little bit. You can usually tell when a thrower is not totally happy. They'll slap themselves or whack their arms and shake their head. That's just what Caitlin did then, so she might surprise herself. Athletes always want more. And 10 metres 48. Kalia Kamo up next, throwing a 3 kilogram shot. It's up with what she's done in her previous throws. Good to see the athletes helping each other. There's a few athletes out there that are wiping the circles down for each other and giving each other advice of what they could do better and what they did wrong, maybe. All right, next up we have Lizzie Hewitt throwing the 4 kilo rotational shot put technique here. Good fast left foot there at the bottom, and Lizzie was unhappy with that one. She walked out the front. You'll see the official putting up his red flag. An athlete does not have to have each throw measured if they don't want to. That was well below what she'd thrown previously. So she walked out the front just to save the officials time.
One of the first thing and the first rule of training is that you must have a towel in your bag.
Awatea Carswell up now, throwing the 3K, doing the glide technique. Previous round, she threw 9 metres 19. She's flirting with the sector line over there, and we've got a red flag up, which means that was a no throw. Didn't quite see what she did on that one. It's a valid throw in the sector lines, but she must have done something in the circle. Right, next up, Serena Keenan. She's been to pretty much nearly every one of the 11 meets held here at the Sola Power Academy throws meet.
In case you didn't know, if you don't uphold the law today, I can get her to put a uniform on later on and sort you out.
Previous best was 13:21. That one might be a little bit less than what she's thrown previously. 12 metres 70. Right, here goes Tapanesa Havea from the South Canterbury Club. Our current leader on 14 metres 61. See if she can pop a good throw out here. Well, that's looking pretty good. That looks like that's going to be up over her best of 14.61 today.
Throwing a huge PD here last night. I'm not sure what that is, but she's getting right up there.
15 metres 65. That's a huge improvement there for Tapanesa. Must be getting close to what she's thrown in the previous best ever. And Caitlin Dorr in the F39. That had a bit more speed on that throw. 8 metres 32 was her previous round.
So we are mixing with some Olympian here. So yeah, one of these days you're going to be like Caitlin Dorr, who will make your stage in the other Olympics. Commonwealth Games.
And that throw there, 8 metres 37. So that is an improvement there for Caitlin. So now we're going to let the officials find the top 6 athletes, and then we will move on to the final round of 3 throws. So the para athletes will automatically go through for 3 more throws, and then we're going to weed the field down in the open grade there, and so the top 6 throwers will get another 3 throws in the open grade shot put. The men's discus is still going on behind us. There's not much wind to speak of today down here, which is a wee tad unusual for Wellington. It was a bit blowy at Newtown Park last night during the Capital Classic. There's very difficult conditions for the discus. Throwing the big plate like that, larger surface, there's more water can hold on to the discus. There's not much wind assistance out there to help the discus throwers today.
after this, so if you want to warm up while the men's one's on, I'll open the indoor throwing facility. Go ahead and go and test it, because I want you to have a go at it.
Shouldn't be too much longer. The officials just have to double check that they've got the right distances down after the first 3 rounds to ensure that they have the top 6 athletes for both the open shot and also the para shot. So none of us dared look at the full weather forecast today to see what the afternoon was going to turn out to be like. We all woke up hopeful that it would lift a bit or blow over. However, there's just enough rain just to make it a bit of a nuisance, but the athletes are coping very well today in both the discus and the women's shot put that is currently being shown to you. And as every athlete knows, without the officials being out here, they wouldn't have a competition. Likewise for the officials. It takes a number of years to become a qualified officials, and we are grateful that they are here sharing their knowledge to allow our athletes to compete at this Continental Tour meet at the Sola Power Academy throwing meet, which is in its 11th year.
Some new helpers, please give the other guys a break. Oh yeah, go there onto it.
Judges sorted, so we're underway. First off, we have Miriam Jenkins throwing the 3K shot.
Nice one, Quinn. That was Quinn Motley in the circle.
And a good start to the 4th round here in the women's shot put. Get that distance that Miriam threw for you very shortly. 6 meters 20, that's an improvement on her previous round. And next up we have Shannon Murphy in the F37 class, throwing the 3K shot. And Shannon had a personal best, or in the previous round, of 7 meters 44 in round 3. Not quite up there with the previous one. That is 7 meters 04. Holly Robinson up now in the F47 category. Let's see what Holly's got on this round here. 10 metres 56 there for Holly. Some improvement on her previous round. Right, Caitlin Dorr in the F37, throwing the 3K shot. Eight metres 61. That is another improvement there. She's slowly creeping up on each round, is getting better and better. Considering the conditions, that's a great throw there for Caitlin. I don't want to say the rain is getting a little bit harder, but unfortunately it is. So let's see what these athletes can do in these conditions. That was Lizzie Hewitt there. And 11.73 there for Lizzie, so that's an improvement, I believe, on her previous rounds. And there goes Nora. And unfortunately, she didn't like that throw. You see her step over the front and tap the board. Didn't want to keep that throw. So athletes are entitled not to have every throw measured should they feel that it's not up to their standard. And next up is Caitlin Bond. And see what Caitlin's got out to on that throw. Okay, 10 metres 93. 10.93 on that throw there. Round 4. Michaela Sola next up. Another good effort there by Michaela. We get the measurement there for Michaela Sola. Just relaying from the judges to our scoreboard so I can see the scoreboard there. So we have a throw of 11 metres 46. Now we're up to Natalia Rankincheta throwing the 4 kilo. One of our young up and coming throwers. Yep, nice throw there by Natalia. Based out of Papakura in Auckland, coached by John Eden. Previous throws have been 13 metres 13 for Natalia, and that was 12.71. So the conditions are getting trickier for these ladies throwing the shot puts today. Next up, Tarina Keenan. Grabbing her elbow a bit there, so hopefully she hasn't done any damage to herself. She's got to throw the discus a little bit later on. Former national champion in the discus. that measurement for you very shortly. So we have a 12-metre throw there. 12.55. Great putt there by Cheddar James Skelton. Really nice long extension on her throwing arm there. Chases the shot put out very nicely. Metres 57, I believe that throw is. Right. Here goes our event leader, Tapanisa Havea, South Canterbury Club. Unfortunately, that slipped out of her hand. You can see her tap her hand there, and like there's a little bit too much moisture between the hand, the shot put, and the neck, which makes it very difficult for these athletes to hold the shot put into their neck whilst throwing. Right, so that is the end of round 4 of the women's shot put. Into round 5. Going to have Miriam Jenkins up. The official's just cleaning out the circle there because there is quite a bit of water coming down now. Just clearing the circle for the athletes to try and make it a little bit better for them and a little bit more contact with the surface there, so it's not too slippery. Last thing we want to see is any athlete slipping over and causing damage to themselves. Right, Miriam Jenkins up now. And the athletes will be grateful for the sponsors' tents over there that they're under for the marquees, helping keeping them dry and warm. Just waiting for the results to come up for that throw there. That's a 6 metres 38. Yeah, the whiteboard that I'm looking at here has just had a big pile of water on it. Yeah, 6 metres 34 was that throw there from Miriam, and that was just Shannon Murphy having her throw there in round 5. And that's 6 metres 64 for Shannon Murphy. Holly Robinson up next for her 5th throw. It's getting a little bit difficult now for these athletes to try and have contact with the shot put. Doing extremely well considering the conditions that we have out here today. A little bit of a southerly coming in now, so he's getting a little bit colder for them, but hopefully they've got warm clothing to put on and keep themselves moving in between throws. That was 10 metres 65 there for Holly. And Caitlin Dorr up next. Using the rotation. Nice long extension there with the throwing arm. A little bit tricky on the circle, a bit slippery for the rotationers today. Handling the conditions very well, I might add. And that was a good throw of 7 metres 97 there for Caitlin. Lizzie Hewitt up for round 5. Oh. Fortunately that's a no throw. The shot put landed outside the white tape there, the sector lines. The throw has to land completely within the throwing area. Nora up next for round 5. See what she can get out to. Looked like it may have come out of their hand just a little bit funny there. Quite slippery that shot put's getting now. Hopefully the athletes keep the shot put dry between the tent and the circle. You see young Caitlin Bond there with her shot put hidden underneath the t-shirt to try and keep it dry. That was 10 metres 07 there for Nora. And Caitlin Bond now based out of Christchurch. It looks to be over 10 metres also. All right, 10 metres 40 for Caitlin Bond. Right, Michaela Sola next to go, round 5. The athletes have 1 minute to throw the shot put from the time their name is called. Not a bad throw there from Michaela. A little bit flat. She would have wanted a little bit more height on that shot. (12 metres 17 there for Michaela. Very consistent throwing today. Right, here goes Natalia Rankin-Chetel. Throwing a 4K. And it's a nice push on that shot put today. Thrown over 13 metres already this morning. Another 13 metre throw there for Natalia. 13 metres 19. Serena Keenan. Nice easy push there. Too much water. I'm trying to get the water off her hand after she's thrown the shot put. And it's a 13 metres 26 there for Terina. Jane Skelton up next. Been throwing very well today also. Consistent throwing in these conditions. (13.06) there for Cheetah Jane Skelton. And our event leader, next in the circle, Tapanisa Javier. Thrown over 15 metres today. Which is great throwing in these conditions. So that concludes round 5. We'll just get you the measurement for that throw there. And there was a 14.42 there for Tapanisa. Right, and we're into our 6th and final round now. We're going to start off with Miriam Jenkins throwing the 3K shot today. Officials just doing a great job there of clearing the circle out for the athletes. This has been a permit meet. We have to have the correct officials here, which we have. We've got a number of A-grade officials here. We got some of the top officials from New Zealand attending this meet to make sure it's all kosher for the athletes. Should we have any records or the like, we need to make sure that everything is certified correctly. And it's another good throw there by Miriam. In round 5 she had 6 meters 34. And it's another 6 meter throw there for Miriam, 6 meters 55. Very consistent throwing by Miriam today. Right. Next up we have Shannon Murphy. A nice release on the shot put there by Shannon. Doing the side shuffle. Seven meters 13, so it's an improvement on her previous round. Again, very consistent throwing there by Shannon. Holly Robinson up next. And a great throw there by Holly. Holly's based out of Otago. Competed last night in the Capital Classic as well. And 10 meters 83 there for Holly, which is an improvement on her previous round. Round 6, Caitlin Dorr. In the F37 category. Another valid throw there for Caitlin. Eight meters 32. That is a huge improvement there on a previous round, which was 7.97, now up to 8.32 in round 6. Right. Lizzie Hewitt next in the circle for her final throw. No, came out of their hand a little bit wrong on that one. So the conditions are very difficult here today. The rain is constant, which makes it very difficult to have a good grip on the shot puts and the discuses. So all the athletes are doing tremendous considering the conditions they've had having to deal with. Right, next up is Nora. That looks like that could be an improvement on her previous round.
It looks like we're almost coming to the end of this shot put as they're picking up in there.
Right, we have 10 meters 63, so that was an improvement on her previous round. Next up, Caitlin Bond. That's a pretty good push there by Caitlin. Still wanting more. You can see her reaction at the end of that throw. Still not 100% happy. She knows what she has to do, but it's just a matter of trying to do it on that moment in time. .11 meters 25. That's a huge improvement on her previous throw of 10 meters 40. Right, Michaela Sola up next. In her last round, she threw 12 meters 17. Her last round throw coming in now. Couldn't stay in on that throw there for Michaela. Unfortunately, that was a no throw on her last throw. Right, Natalia Rankin Cheta up next, throwing a 4 kilogram. And it looks like that's over the 12-metre mark again. The previous throw was 13 metres 19, so she's pushing the boundaries on those ones. Very consistent again. $12.72 meters. Next to throw is Tarina Keenan. Throwing quite consistent today. Another good push there on the shot. Shot put's not her main event. Discus is where she excels at. And it's another 13-metre throw there for Tarina Keenan. It's 13.01, 13 metres, 1 centimetre. Cheetah Jane Skelton up next. It's another consistent throw there for her.
Move the sector out to 27 metres, thinking I'm going to get a world record today.
And another 13-metre throw there, 13.02. Last round was 13.06. Right, competition leader for her last throw, Tapanesa Javier from the South Canterbury Club. Popped the throw out over 15 metres today. Let's see what she can do in her last round. Not quite there on that last round. Just gave it everything that she got and was just unable to stay in the circle on that throw. That concludes our women's shot put. They will now move over to the discus throw once the men have completed theirs. And the full results will be brought to you very shortly. So every athlete that has come along today, they get a t-shirt, the Sola Power Academy, the permit meet 2022. They get to take that home with them. The officials will keep the shot put pit raked up and get it ready for the next competition that comes into this arena.
Well done, girls. Okay,
so the girls will go away now and warm up for the discus. And we'll try and grab a few of the athletes that we can have a chat to and see how they felt they went today. So the officials and athletes get looked after here at the Solar Power Academy. We've got the barbecue going, morning teas happening. So it's a great event put on here by the Solar Power Academy. The mark there, as you can see there, they've got the boxes out there. It's between the 40 and the 50 metre sector lines. So unfortunately, I don't have a scoreboard over there for the men's discus, so we're just going to have to guesstimate for you what the marks are. So we're just going to have a quick chat with Jacko Gill. Jacko Gill's going to come in and join us, keep out of the rain there. So Jacko is not competing here today. Hey Jacko, glad to have you down here with us. So tell us, Jacko, what are you doing here today?
Just watching, just going to support some athletes and getting down with my parents, so yeah.
So Jacko, I have to ask, why are you not competing today? Where are you at with your training and everything? What's your plan moving forward for this season and for your overseas campaign? What's happening?
I just wanted to compete later in the season. So last year I did a lot of domestic competitions, and then I kind of peaked a little bit too early in the year, so the international season wasn't as good for me. So plans to peak a little bit later and put more emphasis on the international competitions. But yeah, training's going well. Happy with how it's all going, but if I compete now, then I kind of miss some processes. I want to throw far and I want to keep working on technique, and I think that will won't be as easy if I have the pressure of competitions coming up.
So the big question is, when can we expect to see you thrown in New Zealand?
Probably at Waitakere, and definitely obviously nationals
at
and
the Sir Graham Douglas meet.
Yeah,
that's in February 26th or something, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can expect to see you throw there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And then with MIQ opening up, World Indoors is a possibility, so that's very exciting. So hopefully be there.
And the nationals, you're going to be competing at the nationals, or is that going to clash?
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah.
That's great to hear. So the body's well.
Yeah, actually going really well at the moment. So yeah,
nice.
It's good. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do you expect to see from the athletes here today, Jacko?
I'm not too sure really. Just some good throws. Really impressed with Tapanisa with the throw there on the shot put. I think it was 15.65.
Yep.
In the rain is exceptional, so that was really good to see. And PB last night of 15.95, I think it was.
Yeah,
so
she threw very well last night.
Yeah, so really impressed. That was good.
So what tips would you give athletes with your experience throwing in these conditions? What should they have with them, Jacko? Should they have heaps of towels? And I'm not talking no towels there, because I've travelled with this young man before, and he does borrow the odd motel towels. It sounds like a guilty laugh there, Jacko. So what should an athlete expect from these conditions?
Yeah.
What would you be doing in this?
I like having because you turn on the left shoe at the back, so it's really important to have a grippy left shoe.
A grippy left shoe?
Yeah, because you can slip when you're kind of pushing off to go forward. So that's I have a different surface on the bottom of my left shoe.
So you're throwing in two different styles of shoe?
Yeah, the same shoe, but just put a different surface, a different
a rougher sole.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's really helpful. And obviously towels, and the shot put slips in your neck sometimes, so they have a tacky. So the strongman tacky is really, really helpful as well. Yeah.
So tacky like a glue. I know what you're talking about. For the folks at home that thinking, what the heck is Jacko talking about?
Yeah.
What's he meaning? So a bit of a glue will help the shot
resin,
stick to the a resin. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then some chalk if right before you go on, your neck's a bit wet, just chuck some chalk on. That will absorb the moisture. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay, Jacko. Well, we'll let you go because I know it looked like you were going to head towards the barbecue.
Yeah,
I know Shaka puts on a great event here, but unfortunately the weather's not the world's best for us today. But I'm glad you could make it down and support him and the athletes.
Yeah.
And pass on some of your knowledge and wisdom to those that don't have towels. Go out there and tell them this is what they should be doing.
Yeah. Thank you for coming down. So I appreciate you coming down here and helping out.
Cheers,
so,
Jacko. Thank you, and thank you for spending some time with us. We might get you back when the men's shot puts on.
Yeah, I love that.
Just so you can give us a little bit of pointers as well.
Yeah, sounds good.
All
awesome.
Right.
Cool.
Cheers, Jacko. Thank you very much.
See ya. Cool. See you soon, back.
Cheers, Jacko. That was Jacko Gill, our Olympian, who is not competing here today, unfortunately, but as we heard, he's just preparing himself for the season to come and also his overseas campaign, getting ready for hopefully it's ready for the World Indoors and overseas. It's a busy year this year. We got the Commonwealth Games, we got the World Championships, and they're within 2 weeks of each other, so it's quite a congested overseas international calendar this year. But it's good to hear that Jacko is in good form. Training is going well, as you heard, and we'll hope to see him in a month's time or later on this month at the Graham Douglas meet at Waitakere in Auckland. That'll be good to keep an eye on him there. Just had another good throw there by the looks from Nathaniel Supolo. So we just got a couple of athletes in the road there, so we can't see the discus circle, so we're just going to get these guys to move so we can keep an eye out on what they're going, so we've still got some activity going the whole time. And that discus hit the cage there, which is still a valid throw because it did land in, but he chose not to take that one. So we're going to try and find a couple of other athletes in here, and so we'll get some coaches to come in and have a chat with you. This is Liam Wolf. It looks like another good throw there by Liam. Unfortunately, just couldn't stay in on that one there. Just going to get one of our coaches in here. Just going to have a quick chat with John Eden. John is one of our para coaches, and also he coaches out of the prep throw squad. John, just want to have a quick chat to you. How did you think that the athletes went there today in the women's shot put there? What were your observations today?
I think the women's shot put went very well. I think the top girls handled the wet conditions really well. You can see they've probably trained in the wet, so when they come to something like this, they handle it well. Tapanese is really getting through the shot quite nicely. And on the other way, some of the others didn't handle it well, so but they all enjoyed it, and I think they got some good results.
And how many athletes do you have down here today, John?
From our squad in South Auckland, I think we've got about 12 here today.
That's a good number, and we see you got a flash tent over there with the prep throw squad. Can you just take us through what your prep throw squad is, please?
Yeah, so we've got this throw squad up in Pullman Park in South Auckland, and we wanted to give it a name. And PREP is P-R-E-P, means passion, respect, excellence and pride, and we think that's how we want our young athletes to approach their athletics and to approach their life in general and be good people as well as good athletes. So that's something that I brought into it from my time in Australia, and so we call it the PREP Throwing Squad.
That's good to hear. So yeah, as you said, folks, we have a number of people from around the country here, from South Canterbury, Otago, Auckland. So we're just going to go quickly now through to a presentation for the throws. Thank you very much for that, John. So we're going to go through for the medal ceremony now for the women's shot put. So we got Jacko Gill presenting the medals today. So Terina Keenan, third place in the women's shot with 13 metres 41. Getting her medal presented to her by Jacko Gill.
And also prize money of $300. There you go.
Our meet organiser there, Shaka Sola, on the MC there.
Goes to the throw of 1361, Susanna Kennelly.
Susanna Kennelly there. 1361.
Our middle presenter is Jacko Gill. Very stable comes down today. And the silver medal comes to the prize of $700.
And prizes there. And Tapanesa Javier won our women's shot put today. She'll be going up very shortly to get her medal from Jacko Gill.
And our winner, the Sola Power title holder today, was a very impressive distance in the poorest conditions. Tapanesa Javier with a throw of
15 metres 65 in these conditions is pretty good. She threw a PB last night at the Capital Classics of 15.97. So great throwing by these athletes in these conditions.
Alright, take your photos. Fantastic. So, we're going to take the males. Can I have the officials results from the males? Please. Referee, can you take this away and get it live?
I'll try and get some other people to do that.
The top 3 males for the discus, please. Now the women discus throwers, the thing is open up for you guys to warm up. Officials, grab yourself some lunch and grab yourself some popcorns. Everybody else is hot dogs here. The sale and cakes. We've got the ceremony for the meat.
Yeah, I need to go for more stuff. Okay, thank you.
Top 3. Here, they don't want to show their colours, they think they're farmers now.
Hello, you rang?
What, Ross?
I think it'll be too long to get our mic to him. I can wind up that one.
I'm really going to take your clothes off. Sorry, your jackets off, sorry, ladies. So we've got in third place. Going out of the prep squad all the way from Auckland. And with a throw of 46.20, 46.20 is Liam Non-Chuck Wolf. It's Liam Non-Chuck Wolf. I apologize for your appearance. Okay, in second place, oh sorry, he gets $300. In second place, with a throw of 47.83, it's our very own Max Abbott. Take that jacket off, man. You're going to start the Sola Power. Wellington. And the winner with a score of 49.44, not bad for these conditions, is Nathaniel Sulukong from Samoa. Max gets 700 and Nathaniel gets 1,000. I can drop your top so you can get a photo of you holding your stuff. Okay, top first, looking forward, and I'll wait till you put the middle line.
First, can you find Tap? Can you find Tap? If she's free.
Okay. Can you put a photo there, please?
It's got the men's discus winners up there. First, second and third place. First was Nathaniel Sapolo from Samoa, Max Abbott in second, and Liam Wolf in third place. So it's quite a nice shot there of the Sola Power Throwing Academies, their t-shirts that they've got. And guys, we've just got you here with Nathaniel. Nathaniel, you've just won the discus.
Yeah.
Can you talk us through how it was out there with what the conditions like for you guys? They're pretty good throwing from what I could see.
Yeah, it's alright. I'm not really a discus thrower anymore, so it's, I really pulled that one out of the bag, and the conditions made it hard, but I got a couple of tricks up my sleeve, so I know how to keep it from slipping. Yeah.
So you're teaching the young fellas some old tricks, eh?
I'm trying to, but they think it's me just trying to tell them so they can fail. Like, so they think it's like those sly dog tricks, but I'm trying to be friendly.
So what was your series like today?
It fluctuated a bit. I was pretty low in the early stages, and then I started to get more like confident in my technique and with the more comfortable with the conditions. So yeah, and I started to grow, and I started to build on it, which was good.
Cool. And how many times have you competed at this meet?
2015. That's some maths. 7 years. Yeah.
And so you've made every competition in the last 7 years?
Yeah, I've made every competition. I started in 2014, but I started late.
Nice.
And then after 2015, had my first full year, and then I started coming every year after that.
Oh, that's good to see. Well,
Yeah.
you got the men's shop coming up later?
Yeah, men's shop coming up, which is my main event, so hopefully we do some good.
Yeah, well, let's hope that the rain eases off a little bit
Yeah,
for you
a little
guys,
bit,
well,
yeah.
for everybody, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we'll see how we go later on.
Yeah,
So well
awesome.
done on your shop, on your discus, and we'll see you at the shop.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers. Right, next up we've got Tapanesa Havia coming in to join us. Tap, how are you?
Oh, I'm feeling good today.
Feeling good? That was awesome shot put throwing there in these conditions compared to last night. And saying you got a PB last night
Yes,
at the
I
Capital
did.
Classic,
Yeah,
and today was 15.65.
yeah. Pretty stoked about it, considering these conditions were quite horrible. But you know, it is what it is, and going out there and having fun was basically my goal for today. So, yeah.
You got the discus coming up now.
Yes, yep, soon. All the girls are warming up, but yeah, should be a good competition
Look, you've
today.
warmed up. You've already had the shot put, and so that's enough warm up. You're still spinning. So take us through your best throw. What did you do different from your best throw today of 15.65?
Yeah.
And compared to your other ones, because there was about a metre difference between some of your throws. Explain to the people at home why there was a difference.
Yeah, so the difference was there were a bit of disconnection between my throwing, like legs and arms weren't really connected, so I had to try and figure it out on my own in that circle, and when I hit it, man, like it just came out firing. But yeah, that was the difference between throwing a 14.4 compared to a 15.5. So trying to get those, it's like minor details is very hard, but
Putting them all together on the
yes,
day, eh?
Exactly, yeah.
Now, with your throw today of 15.65 and your PB last night at the Capital Classic, were they easy throws?
Oh, definitely not. I mean, they felt easy when it came out, but I mean, the preparation for it was, I had to try and...
The reason why I asked that, because being an ex-thrower myself, all your personal bests, they just happen easily, and you're like, man, if I only had gone that a little bit faster, or made my arm move that little bit faster, which is the thing that all throwers do.
Yes.
You think, woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for you, when you released that shot put last night and today,
Yeah.
Was it nice and long? Was the flow there?
Yeah.
Did we talk about flow? We talk about rhythm.
Yeah.
Was that throw? Did you have all of that?
Yes, oh definitely. I had all the flow. The connection was better last night, which it just makes it so much easier, and you feel more happier. I mean, throwing that because you know you've hit it, but also I live in the if or could, so
don't we all?
Yeah, exactly. So if only I added a little bit more speed or a little bit more power, I would have had gotten that distance I really wanted. So yeah.
Oh well, we won't hold you up anymore. We know you've got the discus coming up.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your shot put win. So you'll come back again next year.
Oh no, not here in
Oh,
New Zealand next year.
well, tell us where are you? What are you doing?
Next year I am going over to the States. Oh, actually this year I'm going over to the States for a university on a track and field scholarship. So I'll be over there.
Whereabouts are we going?
University of Arizona.
Ah, it should be a little bit warmer there,
It should
I
be
believe.
better than
Eh?
this. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Oh, and when are you off there?
I'm off mid-July. So.
Mid-July?
Yes.
Oh well, best of luck for that.
Thank you so
and
much.
best of luck for the rest of the season. Go over there and warm up for your discus.
Yes, yeah, thank you so
Right,
much.
take care. Thank you. That was the winner of our women's shop at Tapanisa Javier from South Canterbury Club. And as you heard, she's going off to the States on a scholarship to Arizona. So we won't hold her up anymore. The women are now warming up for the discus throw. There's not the world's greatest conditions here today, but hey, that's life. We get on with it. And the conditions are the same for everybody, so the wet weather can be a good equaliser for a number of athletes. So it won't be too far from taking away and getting the women's underway there in the shot put. So I'm just going to have a quick chat now with our meet organiser, Mr. Shaka Sola. Shaka, first of all, mate, congratulations on running a meet. Yes, the weather gods aren't with us today, but everybody's smiling, the music's playing, the atmosphere is good amongst the athletes and the officials. Can you just give us a bit of background? How did we get to now from when you first started this event 11 years ago? Tell us about this park. Tell us, what's the story?
Well, the story actually didn't start here at this park. We were actually down the road at Waifatu School, where I thought I was going to set up there for a long time, until unfortunately circumstances, developers got a hold of the land and it was sold us from underneath us through. I'm not even going to go there, but it was a bit of a sore thumb because I kind of poured my heart and soul into it. But it didn't, my wife said, look, you're miserable, you want to do this again. So we searched for a place in just under my nose. I didn't realize this place was here. It was a pony paddock.
So actual ponies in this paddock?
Yeah, there were horses here. And if you look out there, there were trees out there. There was a stream running through here. The area where now the shot puts on was a big dip. And we started on under one of the tree at the end there where that bit of board, where that timber is. We started there with a bit of plywood board, and that's how it all started. YouTube Solar Power, you'll see how it all started. But I'll tell you what, it's come a long way since then, and that's just, I guess I'm a stubborn bugger, and I want things done in a certain way, but I'm also I don't take no for an answer. I have that sort of attitude, and it's helped me sort of get to where I am. And I think as an athlete, we had a lot of areas where we tried to throw and it was always, no, you can't do it here, no, you can't do it there. So finding somewhere and finding a home for the guys to throw all year round was probably one of the key factors.
So it's not, I'm not demeaning what you've done, but it's not just you, it's a whole community, eh? It's everybody
Absolutely.
has chipped in, your athletes, your former athletes,
Yep.
The community, the mayor. So the council's been really, really supportive of you being here and your sponsors.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you say, it's not just a one person that would do something like that. Like I said at the start of this competition, we built this out of a $2 budget, and I love using that phrase because it was built out of nothing, pretty much nothing, and it really was built by aroha, and aroha is, that's love, and the community that we have here,
the parents of the kids that we have here, the former athletes that have been. There's been groups of parents that have now moved on, but they still keep coming back because we have that bond, you know. And I couldn't do this by myself. You know, my wife is working hard in the engine room to keep things moving. But you got guys like Brad Symes, who's my sidekick, and we coach here together. You know, I shout out to him, Brad, mate. You know, he's watching from live stream. He tried to come here this morning to say hi, but I know he'll be missing this event. And he's a good fella. You know, he's somebody who doesn't take a lot of credit for it, and I guess I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And so not having him here was.
Yeah, I did see Brad here this morning just for a short while. So look, our heart goes out to Brad.
Yeah, so and just basically like you saw this morning how everybody chipped in, yourself, guys that I've had in my past with athletics, they just jump in. Norm, Hewitt and all of the family just jump in and they just do it, you know, and that's what I love about this. It's just all that whānau aroha, man. Yeah.
So now, Shaka, this is, as we see all the signs out here, the Challenger World Athletics Continental Tour 2022. Your meet in its 11th year is now a permit meet. What's that mean for you and the community out here and the throwing community?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, as somebody who runs this place here, I think the challenges for me after being an athlete was just try and strive harder and achieve something else outside of the sport. But within the sport, and making the facility at a high standard. I saw a lot of these places as I went around the competition around any place around the world that I've been to, and I thought, well, why not have it here? And this meet is a celebration of the hard work that's been put in to get a circle that's IAAF standard, it's world class, and now it's been recognised for that. It's just another step forward. We've got the shot put this year, and once we level all this out here, we're going to try and get the discus and just keep growing, you know. We need a javelin runway and all that. But for all the Sola Power family and the committee and that, for us, we're so proud to finally get to that stage as a permit meet. And it means that we can bring our guys here, the top throwers, like, you know, the likes of Jacko and Tom and all those guys. Hopefully we get an international shot put here, where we get some guys from overseas when the borders open up.
It reminds me of that Kevin Costner movie, Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
And we've seen that today. You know, we've got Nathaniel from representing Samoa here today. Yeah. You know, Jacko has competed here in the past, as has Dame Bell's been here.
Yeah, Dame Bell's been here.
Yeah, you got Tarina Keenan. You've got our young up-and-coming athletes. We've got New Zealand secondary school reps here.
Holly Robinson and all those guys are here.
Our Paralympians are here supporting you. So, you know, what you guys have achieved here and will continue to achieve, you know, hats off to you all. And for what you and the Sola Power Academy and its supporters have done here today, Shaka. So, look,
I do want to just mention about our the para athletes that we have here. You know, my brother was a para athlete. He had cerebral palsy, and for me, the reason why I treat these guys here the same as everybody else, and I spoke to John Eden about this, is that there's no para, no able-body. It's everybody in the same competition.
You're all athletes.
They're all athletes. They're seen as athletes. If they don't throw far enough, they don't throw far enough. But we give them the reason to be in the same competition. So I do have a lot of heart to go to all our para athletes that's been in the past and is still coming, and just having that connection with John as well, who's got quite a few of them. And it's great to see them out here. Yeah,
well, we spoke to John before and about his prep tent there, and what prep means to him and for his squad. And it's not just about making athletes; it's about making better people. You know,
absolutely. We've got kids here who come here just for the social side of it. You know, we'll probably look at it and go, "Oh, these are going to be Olympians," but no. Out of every 100 kid that comes here, probably 2 of them will make New Zealand Championship national, or probably one of them will ever make the Olympics. But I'll tell you what, I've said it before, we will bring an Olympian out of this place here. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, best of luck, Shaka. And so I know you're a busy man today. You're the man behind everything here, as well as your wife. Behind every great man, there's a bron.
There's a bron, and a blonde.
I said bron, not blonde.
There's the bron, that's right.
So no, we'll let you get back to making sure that the meet runs, and the women's discus is next off the rink. What are you expecting from the women's discus?
Well, we've got quite a strong field out there. We've got Tatiana Kaimoana, and then we've also got Tarina Keenan, who placed in the shot put. That's her main event. She's been out to 60 before. And then we've also got Natalia, so it's Suzanne Kennelly, who's been a strong one in the discus. She's probably one of the youngest ones here, but yet, throwing really, really well. So that's what I expect to keep an eye out for those guys. And if I've missed anybody, well, you'll see them when they come up.
We'll see them. Yeah, we just got to make sure that you, as meet manager, keep these people out of our sight line for our camera.
And if you're watching from home, mate, keep on tuning in, because there's going to be a lot of actions later on.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Shaka. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome.
So as Shaka mentioned, we do have a number of our leading women discus throwers in. So our number one ranked thrower at the moment is Tatiana Kaimoana from Christchurch now. She's based out of Christchurch, but she's from Te Aroha. Tarina Keenan. She is our former national champion, who placed in the shot put today. And we also have Natalia Rankin-Chita, who is also one of our top ranked junior throwers in the 50 metre mark. So the conditions are a little bit horrible today for them, but they're all managing to do their warm-ups without too much issues. So we're all hoping for a very good discus competition today. And the wind's picking up, which is going to assist our athletes with the flight of the discus as well. Right, welcome back to the Sola Power Academy meet. This is a permit meet held in Lower Hutt, Wellington. It looks like the sun is trying to make a little bit of a breakthrough. So we're hopeful that the rain will lift a little bit. Good number of athletes here today. We've got some good strong fields. We've got an average of 20 athletes in the men's and the women grades today for the various events. It's all certified meet here. Being a permit meet, we've got a number of A-grade officials and our top officials from around the country attending to make sure that this meet is run without a hitch. We're just waiting for the women's discus to get underway. We're in our final rounds of warm-up, and then we should be ready to rock and roll with a start for the women's open discus. Right, looks like we're underway for the women's discus first round. Yeah, I'll do later. Yeah, the women's discus is underway. Try and get a start list for you. And just clear a few of the athletes out of the road so we can actually see the circle from our location here. Thankfully, the commentator and the cameraman are underneath a nice gazebo, all wrapped up nice and warm. There we go, we just moved everybody out of the road for you, compliant spectators. So we're all good there now, ready to rock and roll for our athletes to go in. So the third thrower up in the discus. There's a no throw there, hit the side of the cage. Very slippery conditions holding the discus today. So as we spoke with Jacko Gill earlier, some of the essentials that the athletes need to prepare for all conditions. Different types of shoes to throw in with grip on the concrete slippery circle, towels, spray or tacky grip. Everything is essential when you need to throw a discus. So in the old money, the discus circle is 9 foot with 2.454 meters in diameter. Fortunately, another no throw there. Discus hit the side of the cage. So you must have a cage for the safety of the officials and spectators. Due to the traffic light system here today that we're currently in, we've got no spectators apart from the essential support people and the coaches that had to seek permission to be here today. And that's a nice looking throw there around about the 40-meter mark. Shall get you a start list for this event very shortly for you. Sola coming up now for her first round of the women's discus. That went outside the sector lines. Discus is very similar to shot, but it must land wholly inside the white sector lines. On the line is out. A number of the athletes over there huddling underneath the tent to try and stay dry and keep warm. Unfortunately hit the cage on that throw there as well. Difficult conditions underfoot, but it's the same for all these athletes. Right, winner of the women's shot put in the circle now. Tapanesa Javier from South Canterbury Club. No throw on that one, hit the cage. That was Lizzie Hewitt there with her throw. That's just under the 40-metre mark. You can see the white box out there with 40 on. There's no tape measure being used in this. It's all done by laser beams. The main official in the middle of the circle has got the measurer there, hits the yellow board out there and gives the laser readings. They're very, very accurate. And it saves a bit of time with having to roll tapes in and out. One of our leading throwers in the country at the moment, Natalia. And very slippery, hit the cage there and went out of the area. So no throw on that one there. Right, former national champ Serena Keenan. You can see she's got two different coloured shoes on, so she might be doing what Jacko Gill suggested earlier in the day. And that is a great opener there by Serena. So you'll find that she'll have two different style shoes there. One will be grippier than the other, especially on her pivot foot off the back of the circle. Caitlin Bond now, based out of Canterbury. Next thrower away.
Lee, just get the distance caught on this side, please. On this part of the tent. And for our official that's measuring, as usual, outside voice, please, reading.
Caitlin Bond has just completed her throw. We're just trying to relay the whiteboard there so we can get you the distances that I can actually convey to you. Next up is our leading thrower for this current season, Tatiana Komoana. Threw a PB at the Potts Classic of over 53 metres. It's another good opener there for Tatiana. The wind is picking up slightly, which will aid the discus throwers if they hit it on the right angle, which will help the flight of the discus. Here's an opening throw there of 47.66. Joran is up next. Yes. Unfortunately, that one just went outside the sector line there. It was near the 40-metre mark. You're noticing a number of these athletes are looking at their hands upon the departure of the circle. Miriam Jenkins is our next thrower away.
Miriam into the circle now. Going to the Sola Power Throwing Academy.
So our leading throw is 50 metres 36, I believe it was, by Tatiana, by Tapanisa, I think it is. We'll keep you updated with all the throws as we go. All right, Tarina Keenan was the one that threw the 50-metre mark there, folks. Sorry, Tarina Keenan. 11.97 there for Miriam. Next up is Shannon Murphy.
So enjoy yourself. Don't get miserable about your results. Get in there, stop the crying, and pull yourself together. All right, enjoy yourself.
Yep. Unfortunately, Shannon was unable to make it past the cage there, hit the side of the cage.
Remember that some of our senior throwers, remember you've got young athletes as well that are looking up to you guys. All right, our 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds are looking up to you guys. So, you know, they're idolizing you guys. So don't forget that. Talk to them, give them a pat on the back when they're looking so miserable.
Right, now we're into round 2. The under 16 grade will be Nora. And that is a valid mark for Nora there. That was a throw of 28.27. Next up we have Orla Motley, the under 16 grade. The first round she threw 22.44. Looks like that could be right up there with what she has thrown previously in the last round. (20 meters 95). CJ Skelton there in the under 16. In her first round she had a no throw, and that was a valid mark there for her. There's not a bad design on this hammer and discus cage there. The officials can walk in through a back gate, which makes it a lot quicker rather than having to walk around the whole cage, which saves time for everybody, and it saves the officials tiring themselves out, especially when they're out here all day It's a hard ask being an official. Kilia Kamo up next. Had a foul on her first throw. Doing a standing throw in her second round. And it's a valid mark. That's 25.86 in the last throw there. Now we have Susanna Kennelly up. Oh, nice pull on that discus. That's over 40 metres. And we have a throw of 41 metres 91. Good improvement there on her previous round. Right, next up is Michaela Sola. Round one, she had a no throw, hit the side of the cage. And unfortunately she hit the cage again. So that's two no throws there for Michaela. Each athlete will have their own little pet discus that they prefer to throw, the colour, the weighting, what they've done in the past. It's like I've thrown a PB with that discus before, so I'm going to stay with that one. Some of these discuses can be quite expensive when you're buying them yourself, so you try and let other people bring discuses for you so you can borrow their own ones. Awatio Carswell up in the under 18 grade. Unfortunately, a no throw there for her. All right, the winner of the shot put up next is Tapanesa Javier from the South Canterbury Club, thrown in the under 20 grade today. We heard earlier she is off to the University of Arizona in July for a scholarship for track and field. So she'll see out our New Zealand domestic season before heading away over there. .45 metres 17 on that throw there for Tapanesa. Right, Lizzie Hewitt next into the circle. First round of 36.67. And that looks like that's a huge improvement there. .42 metres 49. big improvement there for Lizzie Hewitt. No throw there for Natalia. Couldn't get it past the cage. Got a good spread of athletes from around the country here today. Auckland right down to Dunedin. As mentioned, a lot of the athletes stayed overnight after competing at the Capital Classic at Newtown Park to be with us here today. Here's our event leader, Serena Keenan. And Serena Keenan for her second throw. Really try to put everything into it. Was unable to get that out past the cage. Caitlin Bond up next. Yep. A no throw there for Caitlin.
So we've got the men's shot put after this women's discus. So if you're in the men's shot put,
Tatiana Komoana next into the circle. She is the leading throw in the nation at the moment, which she achieved a few weeks ago at the Potts Classic in Hastings of just over 53 metres, which was a PB for her. And that is a big throw there by Tatiana. Get that measurement for you very shortly. The wind is picking up, which is going to aid the discus throwers today. See what this throw has come out to. Looks like we might have run out of battery in the laser reader. Do a quick changeover so we can get you that distance as soon as we can. It looked like there was an improvement there for Tatiana. A few technical difficulties there. That's where the laser is really good, but sometimes the tape is always there for our measurements. It shouldn't be too much longer before we get the result of that last throw there by Tatiana. Based out of Christchurch in Canterbury, but still competes for her home club of Te Aroha in the Waikato. .51.23, 51 metres 23 there. Takes the lead of the competition. Considering the conditions, she's only a metre or so off her personal best, which is great to see. Yorana there, just having her second throw, and that's a big improvement by her. Got to be happy with that one. After Yorana, then we have Miriam and Shannon to round out the event. And the men have been told they need to start warming up for the permit meet shot put, which will be underway very shortly. There we go, Miriam Jenkins. That was 39.34 for Yorana. And that's an improvement for Miriam, 12 metres 54. Shannon Murphy to get underway next. And that's a good throw there by Shannon. Usually throws around about the 20 odd metres. So it looks like that will be up there with what she's done previously. Based out of Auckland. Coached by John Eden. It was a 17.61 there for Shannon. Right, about to get underway on round 3. Underway round 3, we got Nora Caffrey up now in the under 16 grade. It looks like that could be an improvement for Nora as well. Yeah, it was 27.04. And the same rules applies here in the discus. The top 6 will get another 3 throws, and the para athletes themselves will get the full complement of 6 throws today as well. Now the rules go that if the discus hits the cage and it bounces in off the right side of the cage, then that is still a valid throw. As we saw there, what happened with Orla, it hit the right side of the cage and landed inside the sector line, so that is still a valid throw if you walk out the back of the circle. Looked like she was a wee tad surprised there that actually happened, that they were measuring her throw. CJ Skelton up next. The same scenario there. She's hit the side of the cage and it went inside the sectors. They've given that a no throw. Officials have put up the red flag. Let's have a quick chat now, team, with Tasha Williams. Used to be the former record holder for the women's hammer.
First one to crack the 60-metre barrier.
First to crack the 60-metre barrier. And what are you doing with yourself now?
I'm just throwing around a few weights, doing a bit of powerlifting.
Competition-wise or just for health and fitness?
A bit of both, a bit of coaching and yeah, a few comps.
And so you're here today. Are you doing any coaching or anything, or giving your 2 cents worth to any of the athletes nowadays, or are you imparting your knowledge?
Just here to support Shaka, but yeah, most of my knowledge is now going into the lifting.
Into the lifting. So what's your take on women's hammer throw now? Where do you think women's hammer throw? Because you were the first to break the 60-metre barrier and the 65, if I'm not wrong either.
Yeah.
And now we've got 3 throwers over 70 metres.
It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's so good to see. So good to see the sport growing and just throwing in general.
Yeah, it is great, isn't it? And you know, like we've got the 2 Olympians. Lauren Bruce was down to throw today. I don't know if she's going to make it today. She's supposed to be here. She's entered anyway, but she's throwing 70 odd metres already this season. Julia hasn't thrown yet, and Nicole's thrown over 70. How would you have gone with those guys pushing you, do you think?
I think it would have been really beneficial. I mean, having that competition is so key to doing really well in sport.
Yep, so you're off shortly. You're not going to stand around and watch the hammer?
Unfortunately, I have other commitments today, but I would have loved to. But yeah, it's just one of those days.
All right, well, it's good to see you, Tash. I'm glad that you're still involved in the sport and you're still giving back in some way by just being here and letting people know who you are and that you're part of the stepping stone to where athletes now are.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, breaking the 60-metre barrier, then the 65, it showed the athletes that anything is possible. And now they've taken it to another new level. So, you know, you started the ball rolling and they're taking it to the next level. So, you know, it's good that you're back here and giving your support.
Definitely, yep. And I'll be back again next year.
With better weather.
Yeah, lucked out on the weather today. It's been so good.
Oh, it's a challenge though.
Yeah.
We've thrown in worse. Both you and I, we've thrown in worse in Dunedin many years ago. So
yes, we have.
This is just a little bit of a mist, but all good.
Builds character.
It builds character. You're too right.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers, Tash. Thanks very much.
Yep.
So we're still going away in the women's discus. The official over there is an Athletics New Zealand employee, Kirsten Hallier, former New Zealand javelin record holder and an Olympian and Commonwealth Games silver medalist back in the day. She's now coach development lead, coaching our coaches and making sure that they're getting what they need to upskill. So it's good to see that she's giving back and officialing and lending her hand here at the Sola Power Throwing Academy meet. Awatea throwing out. Right, next into the circle is our winner of the Shroplet earlier on today, Tapanisa Javier from the South Canterbury Club. See what she can get out to. Very capable discus thrower. A little bit of height on that one, and looks like she did a foot foul there. So you're not allowed to touch the outside of the circle. All right, Lizzie Hewitt up now. And so a nice release there on the discus, good flight by Elizabeth Hewitt.
We'll be watching her on the hammer later on. Some of these guys here are doubling up on the events, but
and the men behind us are warming up for the shot put. We've got a large field in the men's shot put. That's our permit meet shot put today. A number of the athletes through last night at the Capital Classic as well.
Coming into the circle from Papatoi, Natalia.
Next up, Natalia Rankin-Cheta from Papatoi in Auckland. He's thrown over 50 metres this season. It's getting up there. A few of the athletes are struggling a bit with the grip on the discus. With the fiberglass or plastic polymer sort of coating on the discus and the metal rim, you really have to make sure your grip is good on that discus, otherwise it's just going to float out off your hand and slip and slide everywhere. Right, next up is Tarina Keenan. And Tarina's in next for her third throw. Currently in second place with 51 metres 23. Police officer from Auckland has come down to join us today. No throw on that one there, hit the cage, which brings us into the next athlete, Caitlin Bond.
Remember, we got DJ Styles. He's going to be playing our music all night, all day, should I say. So if you've got a favourite and you want to play it, you come and tap him and give him your request.
Pretty good looking throw there by Caitlin, a bit wobbly on the discus. She's one of the few throwers today that's thrown in running shoes or netball shoes, which there are specific shoes for throwing.
You've noticed that there's no umu today. Well, we've shifted the umu back at my place.
It was 33 metres 23 there for Caitlin.
I had to take it back to my backyard and put a cover over it. Coming in the circle now is Tatiana. Let's go, Tatiana.
Kamoana, our competition leader, next in the circle. And that looks like another good throw over the 50-metre mark. The wind has just picked up a little bit more, which does aid the discus throwers. The wind, a headwind coming towards the discus, actually helps the discus keep spinning. Helps the flight path of the hammer there. Another 51-metre throw there, 51.27 for Tatiana. Yorana Tafili up next. Thrown over 39 metres today. And that looks like that could be over the 40-metre mark. We'll give you the results very shortly for that throw, once our laser beam has given us the accurate result. And that is an improvement. That's over 40 metres. 40 metres 01, just over, but over is over. 40.01 for Yorana Tafili. Miriam Jenkins next into the circle.
I like the actions of Ross Henning out there, and he's looking like a young lad out there, same as Josh.
It's great to see the officials out here still smiling away despite the conditions. The athletes are hiding under the gazebos and the marquees and the tents and in the sheds, where the poor officials are out there in all weathers. At 10 metres 65 there for Miriam, and Shannon Murphy is next underway. So the men's shot put will be starting in approximately 20 minutes time. Again, a good field there. Got around about 20 athletes lined up for that one.
Oh, Tim Nickel doing a good job there. Ivan, did you get one in?
Just wait for Shannon's throw to be measured. And that's 18 metres 06 there for Shannon Murphy. That's the end of round 3. So the officials are now going to sort out the top 6 throwers to go for a further 3 rounds.
Can we get Thomas Waldron down here, please, to the commentary box? Calling Thomas Waldron to the commentary box.
So the men's shot put is warming up in the corner behind us there while we were watching the discus. It's going to be interesting to see how these lads handle the conditions of the circle.
Looks like we're getting into the top 6 for the women's discus. We're now warming up for the men's shot put.
Got an Olympian, Paralympian in the men's shot put today, Ben Tuamasevi. Former New Zealand secondary school champion Thomas Waldron, who ended up playing rugby for England and had 6 caps for England. Moved back to New Zealand. His kids are doing athletics, so he's now getting back into it. He's competing here today as well. So we are grateful to all the sponsors that have loaned out marquees and gazebos for the athletes to pop themselves under to stay warm and dry during the competitions. Thank you very much.
They were wondering if you know where Liam is. Is Liam coming?
So in the men's senior shot put, we've got 5 athletes competing. They're throwing the 7.26 kilograms. Dante Ford to Vivi in the throwing the 5 kilograms. They got a good field in the shot put. In the para men, we've got 4 athletes. There was a no throw in the women's discus there for Miriam Jenkin. Next up, Shannon Murphy. There's a no throw there for Shannon Murphy. Joanna Tafili up next. It's thrown over 40 metres today. Hit the cage and decided she didn't want to keep that one. That's a no throw there. Next away. And the women's discus there. Susanna Kennelly. Lizzie Hewitt next away. So we're down to the top 6. That was Tapanisa Javier from South Canterbury Club. In the top 6 for the women's discus. The officials are doing a great job here today to ensure that all the athletes have got a safe environment as they possibly can, with keeping the circles swept out, free of as much water as we can, and grit and dirt. Tarina Keenan next to go on the discus. Yeah, so another good throw. That looks like that's close to the 50-metre mark. 50 metres 83 there for Tarina Keenan. And our competition leader next into the circle, Tatiana Kamoana. And looks to be around about the 50 metre mark again there for Tatiana. It's 49.91 there for Tatiana. Right, back to round 5 at the start of the round. Miriam Jenkins next to go. So no throw there for Miriam. Good mark out in the middle of their sector, but unfortunately foot fouled.
Big change for career, but still got the competitiveness.
There's Shannon Murphy there.
There you go, Shannon Murphy. I just love that girl.
In the F37 category.
Biggest smile you'll ever see. I thought Rana Tafili had a big smile, but she's the biggest smile.
And there's an 18-metre throw there for her today. 18.77 for Shannon. Yorana Tafeli coming up now for her 5th round. The officials out in the middle of the field there are pretty accurate with their judging how far the athlete's going to throw. Save them having to walk too far and chasing after the discuses where they land. And it was a 37 metres, a 34 there for Yorana Tafeli. Susanna Kennelly up now for her 5th round. And it's a no throw on that one. She did not like that one. Hit the side of the cage. Elizabeth Hewitt next to go. And a no throw there for Elizabeth. Not too much longer, then we're going to be underway with the men's shot put. Number of athletes that we've got there today. Paralympian Ben Tuamasevi there. Former English rugby player Thomas Waldron. Nathaniel Supolo from Samoa, just to name a few. Right, Tapanisa Javier in this discus. Had a lot of height on that discus. The wind was a bit too strong for it, turned it over a bit mid-flight. Tarina Keenan next into the circle. Tapanisa through 40 metres 54. It's very close competition today between Tarina and Tatiana. There's no doubt about where that discus landed. Turned in the air and it's stuck in the ground like an axe. Very easy for the officials to spot that one. Competition leader Tatiana Kamoana. Based out of Christchurch, coached by Kim Mickle. Hit the cage on that one. The athletes don't really like having their discuses hit the cage because they're not a cheap implement, and if they dent them then they can become an illegal implement. Any dents or scratches and concaves in them, they are no longer an illegal implement to be thrown in a competition such as this. It'd be okay for training and that's about all. Miriam Jenkinson in the circle, ready for her next throw. Yeah, and that's a valid mark there for Miriam. Great to see a number of the athletes haven't relied on the officials and everybody to bring them towels to dry their implements on. Shannon Murphy there, just completed her throw. Get that mark for you, just in a tick. And that was 1961 there for Shannon, 19 metres 61. Joanna Tafili up next. And that looks like a better throw there for Joanna in these difficult conditions today.
So that's good, we're doing well on time, well done officials. Good on you. Then we've got the shot put coming up.
So everything's running to schedule on time. $38.81 there for Joanna. Susanna Kennelly up now. And that is a nice looking throw there. Nice across the circle. Great use of her feet and legs. nice long arm is what the discus throwers are wanting, and a beautiful flight on that discus. Next to go, Elizabeth Hewitt. Not a bad looking throw there by Elizabeth Hewitt as well. It's great to see that these girls are handling the conditions nicely, just like they did in the shot put. Right, next up, Tapanisa Javier from the South Canterbury Club. Winner of our shot put earlier today. It's not too bad a throw there by Tap as well. And a good one to finish on there for Tapanisa. 48.01. Great finish.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Okay.
Serena Keenan. It's going to be around about the 50-metre mark again for Serena.
Alright. When I read your name out, please step forward and just step away. Alright, you should all be wearing your Sola Power t-shirts. If you don't have one, then that's fine. But at least look cool, right? Alright. Our first thrower, Thomas Woburn from Lower Hutt. There he is. Next team.
Stepping into the circle now for her next throw is Tatiana Kamoana. There's a throw of 48.83 there for Serena. Competition leader now, Tatiana Kamoana. And another good throw there from Tatiana. In these conditions, that's great throwing.
From South Canterbury. Liam Nachak from Papakura. Hannah now from Hastings Athletics.
And there's a great last throw there by Tatiana, 52 metres 81. That's a great way to finish the competition, to the win with 52 metres 81. This is the lineup for the men's shot put now, being introduced by meet organiser Sola.
Fee is not here. Nick Fee is not here. Yeah, and then you've got your Liam. It's not here. Yeah, Dante 4-2. It's not here. Oh, here, he's going down. So he's under 16 plus. Yeah, you want that sheet as well. Yeah. And Xavier Solo's under 16.
We're underway in the men's shot. "17 athletes with us today. Next to go is Joshua Cameron. $5.98 there for Josh Cameron. Now our Olympian Ben Tuamasevi in the circle for his first round throw. See what Ben can do in these conditions. No throw for Ben. He went out to the right side of the circle there, unfortunately. Xavier Sola throwing the 5 kilogram shot put today. It's a nice start there by Xavier. In the under 16 category. $11.41 there for Xavier Sola in his first round effort. Right now, next up we have Max Abbott. Max threw a big PB last night in the hammer at the Capital Classic, 58 metres. That was the 6 kilogram chopper that he threw there for Max. 12 metres 51 for Max. Right, from Waitakere, next up we have Blessing Sefo. Throwing the 5 kilo shot. Is under 18 age group. Massive throw there for a stand. Coached by John Eden out of the prep throw squad based out of Papakura. So that's a throw of 16 metres. 16 metres 10 for Blessing Sefo. There's Nekora Syme there, throwing a 5 kilo. Hano now up next. Now there's a throw of 11.02 there for Nekora. Hano now. Let's get that measurement there for you. 12 metres 05 there for Hano. Alexander Hewitt next to go. And a good start there for Alexander Hewitt. Tell you what, these boys are not mucking around in the shot put today. They don't want to hang around and get cold. They're in as soon as the umpires or the judges call them in. They've still got the hammer throw to go after this, and also javelin for some of these lads. $13.21 there for Alexander Hewitt. Now it's Quinn Motley. 9 metres 55 there for Quinn Motley. Throwing the 6 kilo shot put today. Next to go is Va'atui, throwing a 5 kilogram weight today in the under 18 grade. Doing a standing throw to get his first round in. The conditions aren't the world's greatest out there for these guys today. So you can see in the spinners, the gliders, the shufflers. And that is 11 metres 29 there for Va. Dante Futuvivi up next. He could not keep himself in the circle there. That would have been a good opening round for him, but unfortunately just couldn't stay in the circle. Right. Senior men's shot put. Liam Chok Wolf from Papakura for his first round effort. And it's a good opening throw there by Liam. Through just under 15 metres last night at the Capel Classic. Liam is still an under 20 athlete, but today he's thrown in the senior men's competition. Usually throws a 6 kilo shot put, but today he's thrown the 7. And an opening throw there of 14.56. Jared Neighbours up next. And a nice long push on the shot put there for Jared.
Jared Neighbours here with the throw. Following this main shot put, here's the woman terror.
The throw of 12 metres 64 there for Jared Neighbours. Next up is Thomas Waldrum, former New Zealand secondary schools champ. Decided to play rugby for a few seasons and ended up representing England. Got some young kids now that are involved in athletics, so he's giving back by participating in shot put and looking after his kids, and part of the Sola Academy down here in Lower Hutt, Wellington. Tapped his foot on the front of the stopboard, didn't like that throw at all, looked like he might have pushed off his fingers a little bit. You see him whacking his hand as he was leaving. Nathaniel Sulopo from Samoa is next to go. You can see how slippery the shot put was there. Is just putting the shot behind his back a couple of times, as part of the athletes have their little quirks that they do. Just a bit like Rafa Nadal in the tennis when he does his little idiosyncrasies. So here goes Nathaniel. He has thrown over 16 metres previously. And he was the winner of our discus earlier on today in the Open Men's Discus. Yeah, it was 13 metres 98 opening throw there for Nathaniel. First was just clearing out the circle before we start round 2 of the shot put for the men. Joining me I have Jacko Gill. He's going to give us some commentary and some little ideas and pointers of what the athletes should be working on and what they should be looking at. Alright, so Corin Hanning in the F12 category for the Paras. Unfortunately, couldn't stay in there. What do you think of that throw there, Jacko, apart from the foul? Technically, what did he look like on that one?
I just blew it through the front a little bit quickly, so if he could kind of land with the weight over the back leg at left foot landing, I think that would definitely help, and it'd be easier to stay in. But hard in the wet, so yeah, totally understand that fault.
Have you thrown on the circle before, Jacko?
I have, last year, yeah. It's really nice, so, and great area they've put on here, like it's absolutely amazing, so yeah.
Who laid the circle?
Sorry?
Do you know who laid this concrete circle here?
Oh, no idea.
It was in fact Jacko's dad laid the circle. So there's Rory Poff there. So Jacko, we spoke before about the shot putters needing to be prepared with towels and possibly different styles of shoes and grippy shoes.
Yeah.
Are you noticing anybody in there that's doing everything that what you would do?
I thought Tarina was really good. She had 2 different shoes in the discus. I noticed that. And yeah, the girls did really well in the discus. Just started watching the shot put, so we'll keep an eye out. But yeah, looks like they're doing all right. So yeah.
That was Joshua Cameron there in the shot in the para divisions. He's actually thrown a 7.26 shot put there. 5 meters 98 was his previous one. And that's a big improvement by him. 7 meters 36. It's a metre and a half improvement. Now here comes Ben. Now Jacko, you've been around Ben a few times now. What should we be looking for from Ben today?
Not too sure, just outside of the arc on that one, but yeah, no, he's a great guy, and yeah, I love competing with him. He's helped me out with a few competitions in Auckland where I need some competitors, so really nice guy. Not too sure what he's looking for technically, but just looked like he pushed someone out of the arc a bit.
So Jacko said, unfortunately, Ben's throw there went outside the sector, so that's 2 no throws for Ben.
Our winners for the women's discus.
Right, now we're going into Xavier Sola. Xavier threw 11.41 in his first round.
Similar on that one, I think.
It looks pretty close to that.
Thank you very much for your support.
What was your best pat in the shot put?
16.48.
Nice, good work.
Back in the day before the likes of a fellow called Tom Walsh, and I retired at the right time there, Jacko. And before you came along onto the scene. Mind you, I remember competing against your dad many years ago, Jacko, so that shows how old I am. That's a really good reason for me to retire.
Yeah.
Next up, Max Abbott. First round, he threw 12.51. It looks like it's a huge improvement.
Good technique. What's this PB? Do you know the number?
And that's a big improvement there by Max Abbott. Going out to 13 meters 87. Now, Jacko, this young fella, Blessing Sefa, he's just thrown a throw of 16 meters 10 with the standing throw with the 5 kilo.
Wow.
Now he's going to go into his glide. He's been coached by John Eden.
Nice. Really good punch at the end.
It's a really good push.
Yeah.
A lot of potential there with that young fella. He's got the build.
Yeah, I think it's over 16. That line there, is that?
Yeah, another throw over 16.
Extremely powerful through the delivery. That's really good push on the shot put there.
So we'll see what that throw is very shortly, but it does look like that's an improvement there for Blessing. So that is an improvement to 16.39. There's a lot more there. So between a standing throw and a glide or a rotation, what difference should you get there, Jacko? Should there be any difference?
Yeah, definitely. The average difference is probably 2 to 3 meters, but there are some outliers. I know that Tom has a difference of like 7 meters, so there can be some really big differences, but it depends on the person. Some people are really good at like producing power from a static position, but some people aren't, so someone needs to move to create that. And Tom's one of them, but I'm more of a static guy, so I have about a 2 meter gap between my stand and my full throw, so yeah, he should be looking at 17s sometime pretty soon in the future, so great throwing for him.
There was improvement there for Nikora, gone up to 11 meters 17. Now, Hano Nell is next to go. Previous throw of 12.05. So he's now going into a full spin. Unfortunately, outside the sector lines there.
Doing well past his 12 meters though. say.
So what causes an athlete to throw outside the lines there, Jacko?
Usually a wandering left foot at the front, so basically the left foot's just drifted past to the left if you're looking from the back, the stop board, and basically when you got to push your hips line up outside the arc, and that's where you push.
All right, next away is Alexander Hewitt. Round one he got out to 13.21 and he's throwing a 5 kilogram shot.
Slight improvement maybe?
Looks like that could be on the up.
By the way, I really forgot to tell everybody about the loo situation. We have quite a loser around the corner behind the building there. So if you're having to worry about holding it, we do have mandatory shields on.
We're just trying to get that marked for you. The conditions are quite wet today, so we're transferring the boards by a whiteboard so we can see them from our location here. So that was over 13 metres, so that's very similar to what 1367 I'd take it.
That's right.
That is an improvement. Now we've got Quinn Motley next to go. So it's the top 6 throwers distance-wise get to throw again at the end of round 3, so they'll get another 3 more attempts. And the para-athletes, they will get their top 6 throw. They'll all 4 of them will get their 6 throws as well. And that was an improvement there for Quinn. He's over the 11 metre mark now.
Coached by Ian Baird.
Coached by Ian Baird. So he's based out of Timaru then.
Yeah, Christchurch Timaru. Yeah.
Christchurch Timaru, yeah. Ian Baird is very well known and respected coach in New Zealand. He's been around for such a long time, and he's produced a large amount of athletes that's gone into national and international representation for New Zealand. That was Vaatui there.
Have you thrown at one of Shaka's competitions?
No, I've never had the privilege of throwing at Shaka's competition. Ordinarily, I probably may have had a little dabble in the hammer.
Nice.
Only because Phil Jensen, who unfortunately isn't here today, 20 times national hammer champion, is actually assisting Shaka in the hammer throwers out of here now.
Awesome.
And we had a little side bet that if he had to throw, I would have to throw. So in these conditions, I'm quite glad that Phil's not here today. So that means that I don't have to throw. So I'm quite thankful for that. But it would have been great to have Phil here today to pass on his knowledge for the hammer throw as well.
Yeah. You're looking in great shape though. Great shape, yeah.
Who Phil's looking in great shape?
No, you ain't.
Thanks, Jacko. You're a good, kind man. All right, so that was 12 metres 99 there for Vaatui. That's a big improvement.
Yeah, well done.
Right, here goes Liam Inchuk-Wolf. Current leader in the senior men's shot put of 14 metres 56.
Best shoes I've seen. That's what.
He has thrown over 15 metres previously. We might be hard pressed to get it in these conditions today because it's not really conducive for great throwing, is it?
Quite cold too, as well as the rain, so body will be stiff.
So it's quite vital that the athletes keep moving in between throws. Would you agree with that? And rather than just sitting down waiting for your throws, you've got to keep moving. And
yeah, definitely, must.
14.66 there for Liam. Now Jared Neighbours is away.
Sola Power, we call that a line down. Okay, and then you'll see some rotational throws.
Looks like there's a laundry underneath the marquee over the far side there. You can see all the towels hanging off the higher pool marquees. All the guys trying to dry their towels and keep them dry. Right, now Tom Waldrum. There was an improvement there for Jared Neighbours as well, 12.93.
Measure throw, yeah.
Yeah, it's a valid throw there for Tom. Now, do you know much about Tom Waldrum?
I know the last name.
He was a New Zealand secondary school's discus and shot put champion many years ago, and then he decided he was going to take up rugby full time. He ended up playing for England.
Wow.
So he is a Kiwi, but he's a dual citizen, or had the English passport as well through heritage, and he played for England and like top level rugby for England. Had quite a few caps, and now he's back home. His kids are involved in athletics, and he's now keeping his hand in it while the kids are doing athletics. So was he. So it's a great story there by about Tom, and there was an article. There was an article on the Athletics New Zealand Facebook page with regards to him and what he's giving back to the sport.
That's amazing, yeah. It's amazing people in athletics.
So that last throw of Tom Waldrum was 11.24. Now Nathaniel Solopo from Samoa. First throw was 13.98. Let's see what he can do now.
Yeah, there was a bet between him and Liam for some, you could throw the furthest today for some money, so you can take that battle. Nice work.
Yeah, so basically what Jacko was saying there, that Liam Wolf and Nathaniel Solopo, they had a little side bet. They're combining last night's throws from the Capital Classic and today's throws to see who actually has the combined furthest distance. So I think Liam's going to be winning that bet so far, unless Nathaniel...
I think, yeah.
There was a throw of 13.73 there, not quite as good as his first round throw. Right, now we're nearly completed the rounds for rounds 1 and 2. So start of the third round coming up, we're going to have Corin Hanningen in the F12. All right. Corin Hanning. That looked like a much better throw there for Corin.
Nice technique too. Really wide sweep and a lot of power into that throw.
That looked like the throw 10 metres 97 there for Corin. So that was Rory Poff. Last round he threw 8 metres 71. That looked like that could be up there with what he's thrown before. Eight metres 61 there. So Jacko, we were discussing before the throwers using glide techniques versus rotational. Why would athletes do one versus the other?
I think just in general, the glide was more of a technique that was used in the early days, but now we've kind of moved to rotational. So everyone at the Olympics and the men's used the rotational, so it has really changed over the last few years. Glide is potentially easier to get, though I don't find it that way, but it's more of like a kind of intermediate technique, whereas rotation, there's a little more potential, but it's hard to get. That's basically how I'd see it, but some people are suited to more of a lineal push, where other people have wide hips and create more rotation, so yeah, it's a little bit what works best for you.
So just on that throw there, we just saw Ben Tuamasevi throwing, and he got a valid marking, so there's a good pressure or clutch throw there, because he had two no throws, and he's come back with a third throw, valid, much better looking.
Yeah, let's throw.
And he's happy. He's slapping his coach, and he's got a big smile, but that's Ben all over though, isn't it?
It is, he's a great guy, yeah.
So that's a throw of 10 metres 91 there for Ben, so he'll be happy with that. Right, Xavier Sola next to go.
Oh, hard luck.
Unfortunately, just couldn't hold himself in the circle.
No spin though. Time with the arm is a big throw there.
Max Sabat is the next to go. Has a best mark so far of 13.87.
Had a good discus throw today too. Nice work.
It's quite smooth there, isn't it?
Really smooth, yeah, especially in the wet.
So we talk about flow and rhythm as a thrower, so some people may not know what we talk about as coaches and as athletes.
Yeah.
So we want to be smooth, long, but at the same time we need to be explosive, don't we?
Definitely, it's basically building speed and power to delivery. So not going full speed from the entry, but building that power through the throw and then blasting at the end.
Right, there we go. Blessing Sefo is a young gentleman. He's only in the under 18, throwing the 5 kilograms. Best so far of 16.39.
Nice work.
That
big throw.
Looks like it's a much bigger throw.
16 plus, 16.50 probably. Oh, maybe.
Might be pushing nearly to 17 there on that one.
Hope so. 16.80.
16 metres 88. That is a big throw there by Blessing.
17 there today. I'm sure that improvement.
It'll be up there by his best. And that throw there was Nikora Wharehinga Saim. Hopefully his dad's watching us via live stream today. (11 metres 33). That is an improvement for Nikora. Hano now.
Yes, good work.
Yes, that's better than his previous throw, which unfortunately he got out outside the sector lines, but it's much better inside the arcs now.
Huge improvement for him from 12.05 was his first round.
That's close to being close to the 14 metre mark by the looks. 13 metres 65.
Great throw.
Alexander Hewitt, 13.21 in round 1, 13.67 in round 2. Let's see what he can go in this round.
Nice work. That looks like
Very consistent throwing.
like that 14, but very close.
As we mentioned before, out in the middle of the shot put pit area with the Dryzerbone jacket on and the raking up the shot put holes to make sure that all the throws are legal is former All Black Norm Hewitt. His daughter Elizabeth is throwing today as well, so it's great to see Norm and his family here. Right, Quinn Motley. $9.55 in round 1, $11.67 in round 2. That could be an improvement again for Quinn, who's up from the Christchurch area or the South Island. And that's a big improvement there, 12 metres 11. So all 3 throws for Quinn, he's improved on each one.
Just out of the arc on that one.
Unfortunately, that was Vaatui. Unfortunately, just went outside the arcs there. And that's the end of round 3 for the senior men, the paras, and we have now got last Dante Ford Tuiveve. Hails from Titahi Bay, just over the hills here. So when you look at all these young fellas out here, Jacko, not that you're old, but we're in pretty good stead, aren't we, as a nation for the throwers up and coming with what Chaka's doing here and John's doing in Papakura and the likes of Dale and Kim down in Canterbury.
Yeah.
So throwing has been held in pretty good stead at this point in time in your eyes?
It really is. It's nice to see the young kids out here too. So I was there 10 years ago, and I love these events, and I still love them. So it's really nice to see the community kind of feel that you have at these events. It's just awesome.
That was Liam Chock Wolf.
That's right.
That looks like that could be an improvement. It's a bit hard to tell from our angle here, but he's been pretty consistent today.
Love to see a 15.
As you mentioned, he's got probably one of the most colourful pairs of shoes on too, eh?
Love them, yeah.
14.71. He's edging closer to that 15. That was Jared Neighbours. He's improved in round 1 and round 2. So what have we got on this one? 12.93 was his last throw.
Competition here for the senior men's stage. And so far, Nathaniel and Liam are covering.
And that is 12 metres 50 there for Jared on round 3. Tom Waldrum next to go. Oh, that was quite a nice push on that. Oh, no throw. He fouled out the front. Yeah. You might hear that little bit of a noise in the background if you can. That's our generator, which is powering up this venue. Running a little bit low of gas again. Right, last thrower to go is Nathaniel Salopo. Right, Nathaniel's throw. He's thrown over 16 metres before. He looks pretty serious here, prowling around the circle.
If he's got using the chalk, that will definitely help in the wet.
So I noticed some guys, Jacko, they got their fingers and all that taped. What's the story with the fingers being taped?
Main thing in training is for injury, so the shot will often come off the fingers and sort of throw. Oh, but that was much further too.
Unfortunately, Nathaniel just couldn't keep that one in.
Looked very close to 15, didn't I? I know the lines are hard to see.
It was, yeah, it was pretty close.
That would have been a great throw.
So we're going to take a quick little break now. The officials have to get the top 6 throwers sorted. So whilst they're doing that, we're just going to quickly talk with Jacko about why they strap their fingers in the circle while they're throwing.
Yeah.
So you were saying that it's to stop injuries, or is it anything to do with grip, or?
It can be. Injuries are the main thing, and especially in training. You'll have throws that fall off your fingers, and it just reduces the risk of them causing injury, basically. Every thrower has had some level of finger problems. So I've broken a couple of my fingers, and it's never a nice thing.
You've broken a couple of fingers.
Yeah. So it's just part of throwing, unfortunately, but the tape does definitely help. The next thing is it adds stiffness. So it's like if you were to wear a wristband or anything like that. So to have leg straps when squatting, or a back brace when squatting, it's just that extra stiffness can support and add a bit of strength and extra flick to the shot. The next one is grip, so that can definitely help. There's different ways of taking them too, so everyone has their preference, but it definitely does help, and I think the injury prevention thing is huge, because when you're not throwing, you're not improving, so just stay injury free is a big part of our sport. Yeah.
Because you never used to tape the throw with your fingers taped until quite recently.
Yeah, I had a lot of finger issues, so dislocated, broken fingers and broken knuckles, all sorts. So eventually kind of learned the hard way, and decided to strap them, which has definitely helped. I've been injury free for about 3 or 4 years on my hands, so it's been a big help. So definitely recommend it to all the young throwers up there. It's got a break. Pat is heading away for a few moments. Great to see so many people out here today, especially the weather. It's really nice to see this, and it makes me feel good to see all these the sports in great hands with the turnout today. Looking at the results, I think that Liam is leading the competition in the men's after round 1, and second will be Nathaniel, so yep. And the juniors, you have Blessing with his 16.88, which is a massive throw. He'll be looking to improve to 17 in the last 3 rounds.
Right, 6 metres 96 there for Josh Cameron. Now we're up to Ben Tuamasevi, 10.91 on his last round. Right, let's see what Ben can do on this one. 2 no throws, and then he came out with 10.91. Oh, quite a ways off there, eh? That wasn't even close to being in on that one. So that's just a little bit of a technical issue that Ben will have off the back of the circle by the looks, just not coming around enough.
Yeah.
But it's easy for us to say we're in the nice dry area,
and
much warmer than the athletes. They got to deal with these conditions.
Hard in the wet too, because you don't quite have that trust to put it at the back. So definitely understand what's
There's Jared Neighbours there. 10 metres 93. Dante Ford to a Vivi up now.
Good work.
Had his coach yelling at him on the side there saying hold it. It worked. He listened to the coach. (12 metres 55). Hanno now up now. From Hastings. Quite a handy little hammer thrower as well.
So
that looked like that could be an improvement for him too as well, for Hanno. Right, joining us here with us now as well, we've got Thomas Waldron. So there's Thomas, myself, and Jacko Gill in there. We're going to be the commentary. Tom, you didn't throw as well as what you wanted to there by the looks. You can see that you weren't too happy, especially on that last one. Must have been close to being an okay throw, but the judge failed you.
Yeah, Sione, I did want to, a little bit disappointing, but one of those days you just have to carry on next week now.
Well, this is true. So what's next on the list for you?
Wellington Champs next week, so I'm hoping for it a little bit drier than today, just a tad, so maybe try to get a few PBs, which will be the goal anyway.
That was Alexander Hewitt there. Just see what his throw was. 11 metres 94. Now we have Max Abbott. So Tom, I saw an article on the Athletics New Zealand Facebook page about you and your history and being an ex-champion at schoolboy level for the shot put and discus, and then a pretty good rugby career by all accounts. Now you've got kids of your own that are joining athletics, and you'll come full circle back to athletics.
So it's been it's just something for me to do with the kids now. It's not like we're going to go in the backyard and play rugby. It's just too big of a difference. But no, it's so I know they've sort of followed in the footsteps of doing athletics in the summer and then rugby in the winter. So it's it's nice to be able to compete at the same time and get bragging rights around the dinner table of who throws the furthest each weekend. So something to look forward to.
Right, we have Nathaniel up now for his fourth round. That looks like a better throw. He's had 13.98, 13.73, a no throw. That one looking like it could be a little bit better.
Still playing in rugby?
The last game I played was the match fit game, so that was entertaining in itself. But once you sort of retire, your body, you sort of just don't really want to be too keen. Yeah. So
1382 there for Nathaniel. Here's our competition leader at the moment, Liam Wolf. Let's see what Liam can do on this throw. We put a bit more effort into that one, lads. Now, we're watching the World Champs Olympics. Jacko, you've been there. There are some noisy shot putters out there, aren't there?
Yeah.
We're a bit quiet here today, don't you think?
Yeah, it's kind of the atmosphere sometimes as well. Like, it's I guess when you're competing for your money or your funding for the whole year, there's a little more on it. So get some people from all sorts of countries yelling even after the implements landed. So it's always quite amusing. Yeah.
1454 there for Liam Wolf. Now we have Blessing Sefo from Waitakere in Auckland. See what he can do now. It's another throw over 16 metres. Had a very good series today, has young Blessing. He's actually thrown in the under 18 category.
maybe next year. Yeah, I'll try. That's what the goal is, to try to get there. Just have to throw it around. Because you're so competitive, you're not playing. You just can't do anything without pushing someone and always knowing where you're just winning anything.
16 metres 36 for Blessing Sefo.
Oh yeah. Oh, it is. Because my youngest thrower, the little one's a bit of a runner. So we can put Blessing both go down to the track and do something, which is good.
So, Tom, you've got two kids that are doing athletics now.
Yep.
Are you coaching them?
Me and Shaka and Brad, all three of us are coaching them. So yeah, we come down here on a Monday and Thursday, and
And are you having any difficulties coaching your own kids? Do they listen to Dad?
I think they listen to me a little bit, because I do sort of have some idea of what I'm trying to do, but they are pretty good. They listen and stuff like that, and I think sometimes you've got to be the coach and be different than Dad sometimes. It is a little bit hard, but sometimes you sort of just say, okay, I'm your coach for the next half an hour, and then I'll be your dad afterwards, and stuff like that. And I think that's probably the way that my dad did it as well. So he was my coach as well. So it's just that probably respect that you have to learn to be the coach and dad at the same time. It is tough, but I'm sure Jacko will know as well. But that's just the way it goes sometimes.
That was Corin Hanning there. Unfortunately, didn't really like that one, so he walked out the front on that. Wasn't as far as what he's previously thrown, so he decided to walk out on that one. Right, next up we have Rory Poff. So far out to 8 metres 71.
Okay, I guess the hammer has started. I was going to introduce you ladies to the world, but never mind, we are starting.
Next year or this year? This year, yeah.
Now we get the measurement there for you. That was 7 metres 01 for Rory. Joshua Cameron, 7 metres 39 is his best so far today.
In this field, likes of Lauren Bruce, who's in perfect form at the moment. Record of 74 metres. Heading out at 72 metres. So, the longest throw here at Sola Power is 71 metres by Matthew Boxon. So will she top that? I know her and Dale are after all
And
the
6 metres 21 there for Joshua Cameron. Right, Ben Tuamasevi up now. Competed at the Olympics in Tokyo, the Paralympics. 10 metres 91 is the best throw to date. There was a nice push on that one by Ben. A lot better technically there. He got across the circle a lot better. $10 metres 40. 10 metres 40 for Ben Tuamasevi. Jared Neighbours. So far he has had the best today of 12 metres 93.
This time here at Sola Power.
Give you that measurement very, very shortly. 12 metres 47.
Round 5, Dante
Right, Dante Ford Tuaveve up now for his 5th round throw.
Into the hammer circle is Urana Tafili.
Yeah. Another valid throw there for Dante. The officials are doing a sterling job out there in these conditions. At least the athletes can go underneath the gazebos and the marquees. 12 metres 50. Right, now we have Hano now. Hano's got up to 13.65. Unfortunately, he just walked over the front on that throw. Some pretty close throwing amongst some of these guys today. There's only centimetres in some of these throws. Next up, we have Alexander Hewitt. 13.67 is his best so far today. Round 5. Another valid mark there for Alexander.
Sometimes it's just not about just winning here, it's winning that local stuff. He's the man on the mission. Max Abbott.
12 metres 45 there for Alexander. Now we have Max Abbott next to go in round 5, throwing a 6 kilo shot put.
He studies out of Paris Church down there and transitioned to join Hayden Hall down there. Still comes here to Sola Power. Great progress this year.
Max is also a very competent hammer thrower. Threw a personal best last night of 58 metres at the Capital Classic. All right. We have Nathaniel in there at the moment in the circle, representing Samoa. Yeah, it looks like that could be an improvement for Nathaniel.
He's chasing. He really wants to get Liam and him are battling this one out.
Yeah, it's an improvement for Nathaniel, 14 metres 18. And up next is Liam Wolf from Papakura in Auckland, throwing a 7.26 kilogram shot put today, even though he's still an under 20.
He's got a twin sister here as well, which I sometimes get them wrong.
Liam wasn't happy with that throw. Alright. Next up will be Blessing Seffel from Waitakere in Auckland.
Coming into the circle, the leader of our competition.
The furthest distance today of 1688 with a 5 kilogram shot put. And that looked like that was a big throw there by Blessing.
It's already over 16.5 today.
That was a really nice push on that shot. I had dinner with that young man last night and I felt rather small sitting beside him. I should have sat beside somebody smaller.
I've been 15 years old. He's got a big future in him, hasn't he? If he sticks at it and does all the training and everything, it'll be amazing to see how far he can actually go.
17 metres 17. That has taken the lead. That's a brilliant throw there by Blessing.
Blessing's just increased his lead at 17.17 metres.
He has one more round to go. That was a great throw there by Blessing in these conditions.
Blessing Seffel. And now we're coming to the final round.
One round to go in the men's permit meet shot put, part of the Continental Tour 2022 at the Sola Power Academy throwing meet here in Lower Hutt, Wellington.
Be part of the show. If you're sitting there going, I wish I was get up off the ground, and let's get on with it.
Officials doing their last sweep out of the circle for this final round of the shot put. So, start of round 6, Corin Hanning, in the F12 category, which is a visually impaired category. Nice speed across the circle there by Corin, just needed a little bit more lift. Not totally happy with that throw himself. He's looking at his hand as he's walking away, thinking maybe the shot put slipped out a little bit. $10 metres 21 there for Corin Hanning. Next up, Rory Poff. Best today of 871. And a good last round effort there by Rory. Right, next up, Joshua Cameron, best today of 7 metres 39. Final round throw for him. Good last effort there by Joshua.
Final round, and to the center.
Get the result there for Joshua. 6 metres 35. Right, Paralympian Ben Tuamasevi up for his 6th and final round. The best today of 10.91. Let's see what Ben can get out to on this throw. Unfortunately, Ben was unable to stay. It did look like it was a further throw, but just was unable to stay inside the circle there. Finishes off with the best of 10.91 today for Ben. Right, Jared Neighbours up next for his last round. Oh, lovely push off the fingers there by Jared. Final round throw there for Jared of 12 metres 71. Very consistent series by Jared today. Dante Fortuvevi up next from Titahi Bay, just over the hills from us here in Lower Hutt today. Very consistent throwing there by Dante today. And 12 metres 41 there for the final round for Dante Fortuvevi. Now we have Hanno Nell from Hastings. Final round.
Our national champion, Lauren Bruce.
Oh, foul outside the sector line there for Hanno Nell. Max Abbott up for his 6th and final. Serious stuff now. He's taken the t-shirt off in his singlet.
Oh my God.
Right.
And into the circle for his final round, Max Abbott.
Max has the best today of 13.87. 6th and final throw for him. Didn't quite hit that one. You could see his reaction at the end of the throw. He knew it was close, but no cigar on that one for him, unfortunately. And 13.51 there for Max Abbott for his final throw.
Whatever works, whatever works. Alright, here we go. Final round.
Right. Nathaniel
Sulapo.
up next from Samoa. Right. Wants a bit of assistance there from the other athletes and supporters that have been able to come here today. Under the traffic light system, we're unable to have spectators unless you're actual support crew and certified coaches in this arena. Here we go. Unfortunately, just was not able to stay inside the circle on that throw. The judges are deliberating up there. Just checking to see if he left the circle before the shot put landed, that will be a no throw. However, if the shot put landed and then he fell out, back half of the circle, that is a legitimate throw. So they're just debating up there. Nope, red flag. Unfortunately for Nathaniel, that is a no throw.
That was a no throw there from Nathaniel.
Last round for Liam Inchrock Wolf.
Currently in second place at the moment. Here we go.
Very consistent series, over 1450 for all of them today. No throw there for Liam. Big smile on his face. He's happy with his series. I think he's won his side bet with Nathaniel. They had a combined competition from Capital Classic and today. The total distance would be the winner out of those two. Little side bet that they had going today. Here is our competition leader for the last throw of the shot put permit meet for Blessing Sefo from Waitakere. In his last round, he threw a personal best of 17 metres 17 for his last attempt. And another big throw there. Could be looking at another PB.
Chasing the 18 today. A PB or 17. This one could be further. As we wait for the measurements.
We'll give you the result in one tick. And it's 17 metres. 17 metres 31. Another PB there for Blessing Sefo. That is a great result there. Oh, gentlemen, last words.
Oh, it's awesome to see the event in this state. So yeah, very, very happy to be part of this, and yeah, appreciate all the work that everyone's doing, Shaka and you and everyone else. So yeah, great to be part of.
Tom, we're going to see you back next year?
Yeah, I'll definitely be back. I claim this as my home ground, so working with Shaka in this space, having it on your backyard is always special. So I'll definitely be coming back next year.
Awesome, great having you guys here. Thank you for your comments throughout this competition. And yeah, next year, Jacko, we'll hopefully see you back here to give Tom a go and all the others that are here,
yeah,
if the seasons permit. Obviously, Northern Hemisphere is where it's all at. So you've got the Commonwealth Games coming up, World Indoors are still going,
yeah,
and World Championships. It's a big year for Northern Hemisphere athletics this year, isn't it?
It is, yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, focusing more on that. But next year I'll definitely be back here and most likely competing. Yeah.
Most likely?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Let's say definitely. Even if you're throwing a standing throw, Jacko, it'll be great to have you here.
That sounds good.
All right, cheers, guys. Thank you.
Awesome. I was here last year when Jacko threw and was almost on the wooden board here, so we might have to extend it, I think.
No, we've extended the board to 27 metres now, so the pit is 27 metres. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, thank you.
Great to be right.
Good to see you as well.
We're going to shoot for Lauren versus Brown on this one here, and then we've got time.
All right, so we're just panning over to the women's hammer once Jacko Gill gets out of the road. So at the far end of the stadium here, or the park, we have the women's hammer going. So we've got our Olympian and national champion up there, Lauren Bruce, throwing today. So fantastic event. And that was Walter Gill getting in front of the TV camera there. So we've got about 10 athletes up there in the women's hammer.
All 12 of them. It's great to have them down here. And that's, you see the hammer. There's quite a few of them in the hammer as well. So
Great to see all the support that the athletes have out there from their coaches and the officials here today.
The circle is Jasmine Seymour.
Jasmine Seymour next in the hammer circle from South Auckland. Be a bit of a challenge for the ladies up that far end with the slippery circle. They're going to need to stay down a little bit to put a bit more contact on the concrete. It's going to be a bit slippery there.
Into the circle now, it looks like Nia Bartlett. Nia Bartlett's gone out in Wairarapa. So after that first
There's
round,
Nia Bartlett from the Wairarapa.
this is the second round after the first round.
Unfortunately, from here we can't see any of the distances for you. There's no measuring boards there today for us, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry, 66 metres 87 by Lauren Bruce.
So our leading throw at the women's hammer is 66 metres by Lauren Bruce. Our Olympian and national champion.
Finisher throw is Nirvana. Nirvana. Twirling. Coming into the circle in the hammer is Sola.
Michaela Sola next up in the women's hammer there. Again, we must thank the officials for their time and effort out there in this weather.
That's the order there.
So if I could have the men's 1, 2, and 3.
Right. We've nearly concluded round 3, I think it is, of the women's hammer.
And can I get Liam and I think Nathaniel. Facing Liam and Nathaniel.
We got Nora coming up next in the women's hammer. Nice release on the hammer there. And another valid throw there. Paula Motley will be up next. Paula Motley coming up next. Throwing the 3K hammer today. Valid throw there in the hammer.
Photographer here as well, please. Ready?
Right. Next up in the women's hammer will be Melee, throwing a 4 kilogram shot put today. Nice easy winds there. And out the front on that one. She's a little bit slippery up in that far end of the park there today, the circle. Athletes just wiping out the circle for each other there. Macy Ballantyne up next in the women's hammer. That looked to be about 50 metres, but unfortunately Macy couldn't stay in the circle on that attempt. Next up we have Lauren Bruce, our Olympian from Tokyo and current national champion, record holder. Threw just under 69 metres last night at the Capital Classic. There goes Lauren's throw. Nice easy throw there by Lauren. Great technique on that throw, nice long arms.
Ceremony for the men's shot put. So our results tells me in third place, winning the bronze medal.
It's gonna.
Firstly, our presenter today is Finlay Abbott of Abbott Mortgages. Give him a round of applause.
The medal presentations now for the permit meet shot put at the Sola Power Academy throws meet here in Lower Hutt, Wellington. In third place, Nathaniel Sulupo from Samoa. Receiving his medal and prize from Finlay Abbott. Liam Inchok Wolf, second place. And first place, Blessing Sefo with a personal best of 17 metres 31. So it's a huge PB for Blessing, which is great in these conditions. 17:31.
That's what it says on the envelope, and what's in there, I don't know. And now we get a photo of the sponsor, photographer.
Some happy lads up there on those there. And those are our top 3 throwers from the Solar Power permit meet here, based at Lower Hutt in Wellington.
So the winner out of the men's, there is another prize here for the total of the men's competition.
So the little sideline bet now, the combined competition between Capital Classic last night and also the Solar Power thrower meet here.
The Solar Power throwing meet. And I think Nathaniel's walking away because he knows that he now has to hand it over, and winning that.
Liam at a combined total much further than Nathaniel.
And then I'm going to hand him
So,
the money later on because Tony's not here yet. That's $300. All right. Thank you very much. is the overall winner.
And that is the end of the 2022 Solar Power Thrower meet, where the shop was a permit meeting here today, based in Lower Hutt in Wellington. So from a wet and a little bit cold Wellington, that is the end of our broadcast until next year for the 2023 Solar Power meet. We bid you farewell. I've been Pat Hallier commentating today and hoping giving you some updates on the competition. Take care and see you at the next meet in Auckland, the Douglas meeting.